Hey everyone, and welcome to week 2 of the NECC. We're kicking things off with a nice little rumble down under in the Southeast Conference. It's going to be an awesome bout here in the Navigators, but to break it all down, I'm Los, joined by Vincent. And Vincent, how you feeling this fantastic Monday?
Man, I just got done with some work. I'm coming in ready for some Valorant. It's going to be a good time, and where else could we be but the NECC? It's going to be a whole lot of fun. And well, the cool part is we got two Alabama teams coming up against one another. Samford University going up against University of North Alabama. And so, listen, I'm aware that the colors are not accurate, but I got to represent. All right.
What?
So
Wow, amazing. You just had that lying in wait. That's fantastic. The props department here at the NECC certainly is fantastic. But why don't we take a look at some of the rosters and see who we're going to be finding out on the server? Taking a look at Samford Gamers Navy. It's Los Pantalones, Sheesh, Madarix, Roller Bolt, and LAG Ultraviolet. Now, interesting enough, two of these players, not only are they playing Valorant, but they've played Banjo for years. That's Los Pantalones and Rollerboat. 6 and 12 years of experience, respectively.
that is a lot of years of experience. That is a significant portion of my life. You know, if you add them together as well, it's like the majority of, which is a little scary. But we won't go down that road just yet because we have the University of North Alabama as well, and we're gonna take a look. It's gonna be Vicky Ham, Niftis, Very Hot Sauce, Oof Monk, and Bemilio to close out the roster. It's gonna be a good time. I'm excited to kind of see how things go. And for me, listen, like I said, I'm representing. All I can do is win tonight.
Yeah, this is a day for Vincent, right? It's a good one as well, but it's also going to be a good day for both of these teams, as neither of them have been able to script together a win in the previous week. So one of these squads is going to be walking out 1-1, and the other with an unfortunate 0-2. But before we get into the maps, let's see what we're actually going to be playing on here in this series. Of course, it is a best of 3. So we will have some great variety of options here. And I'm liking what I'm seeing specifically because we're having Fracture on the menu.
Listen, I will say I am a little disappointed not to see Pearl because I'm a bit of a Pearl stan at the moment. But it is very exciting to see Fracture. Bind is actually going to be our first map in this pool as well. That's going to be picked out by Samford, and then the University of North Alabama elect to bring us to Fracture. Ascent will be our decider should we need it. But I'll be honest with you, it's kind of hard to tell where these two teams are at least generally speaking, because last week, I mean, you mentioned they both have losses, but there were two very different ways in which to
Hmm.
lose. Because one on the one hand, Samford, I mean, they got shellacked. Listen, no disrespect, but like that's what happened. Okay, I can't change the reality. But on the other side of things, right? University of North Alabama, like they were there. It was a 3 map series. It was pretty competitive all the way through. So I think that it could be very interesting to see kind of where these two teams measure up and come out at the end of tonight.
Yeah, and it's also interesting because Samford, they have such a deep pool of players. They have, I think I was looking at the roster, at least 10 different players that can rotate in and out to play to see who fits best in what scenario. You have
Hmm.
potentially an entirely different roster or a different composition that you would run in Bind against what you would have in Fracture or maybe Ascent. So there's a lot of room, wiggle room, and I'm expecting that maybe we'll have a few substitutions coming from that Samford squad, but also depends on how we get things popping off. If they're going great, they're having a ball and really turning things around from their previous engagement here in the NECC, then maybe they won't need to make any changes because it's all about fine tuning the squad that you have.
Yeah, and it's kind of a point that I think you and I made last week, actually, when we were on the broadcast. We were talking about how it's really cool to kind of see how teams can go from one place at the beginning of the season, be in one area, right, have this level of skill, and then they improve so significantly, especially when you're talking about, the Navigators division, because I mean, just to be clear. They just have so much to be able to move forward and move into, and it's really, really awesome to see. So moving from week 1 to week 2, we're maybe seeing some of those adjustments already start to come to fruition. But yeah, let's talk a little bit about Bind, because that is going to be our first map. As we mentioned before, Samford, the ones to pick that one out, and I think that as we start thinking about Bind, it's not so much where you get to start, at least not for me. But it's definitely more about how you approach the map. Are you going to be approaching it as in you're going to be a bit of a death ball? You're going to walk together, hit sites, or are you going to spread out, play that more defaulty style that I tend to think is more effective?
Well, I mean, we have so much time to figure out and debate what these potential compositions and movements are going to be, but we'll be able to figure it out once we actually get to Agent Select right after a quick break, so don't go anywhere. NECC Valorant is popping off right after this.
Alrighty, well, we have returned after just a short break, and to be fair, we have a correction or two to make. The first of which is our apologies. Samford, they won this past week, and it was they who dominated their opponents in back-to-back 13-2s, map 1 and map 2. So congratulations to them, and our apologies on that. The second thing, Los, is unfortunately Oofmonk couldn't make it for the University of North Alabama, and so C. Tonini is going to be subbing in for them, and we'll be getting things ready to go as soon as we can. Los, I'm pumped for this matchup.
It's gonna be good to see Tanini them in the server. I don't know if you were gonna say that. Did I steal that from you?
No, you didn't steal it, but that was amazing.
Okay, all right, nice. We're all good. We've cleared the board, and now it's time to line it up with new agents coming through. So I'm wondering, on Bind, to kick things off, we have some rise of these unorthodox or not as popular picks, like Astra, has made her way into the meta as well, at least for some niche picks here and there. But do you think that there's a possibility of the devious Trapper Cypher making its way into the mix?
Ooh. You know what? Listen, I've always been a like if you're gonna be playing if you're gonna be playing someone like a Cypher, I would prefer a Cypher over a Killjoy. The problem is, Los, like Chamber still exists and is still like so that's the real issue I see. So I'm not too sure that that's going to be the case, but there's always the chance, always the possibility as well. And apparently we've been trolled. There's only one way to describe it. We've been trolled. Tutunini back out. It's gonna be Monk back in. They made it. It's just the last chance they got it in there. But we are looking to head towards Agent Select here in just a moment, and yeah, I think there's a good possibility we're gonna see some Chamber, and if we don't, then Cypher absolutely will be on the cards. But we're going to get that determined right here and right now.
Obvious from Lost Pantalones on the Chamber, just a hover. I'm not going to make any strong commitments or observations here until we have them locked in, because
I have a question.
Yeah.
So if Pantalones are lost, why don't you just find them?
Yeah,
why do they have to stay lost?
You know, as a gamer and a at-home broadcaster, you don't see the pants. Sometimes you don't even need to recover them.
That's fair. Yeah, fair enough. By the way, it's not week 1. We are here in week 2. So we are being trolled a little bit by the graphic, but either way, lock-ins, a few of them, very much all of them for Samford. They have gone with the Chamber that we so reticently spoke of in the pregame, and I think this is pretty standard, right? I mean, especially Sheesh going for the raise on bind, sort of like a guarantee.
Especially, it would be useful if Oofmonk does lock in that Sage. That would be a pretty nice utility use of the Blast Packs just to get over the wall. If you're going for a much faster play against potentially an eco round, they want to send out that wall just to get that initial barrier of safety. But if you have that aggression and followed up with the rest of your team being attacky or like very, very aggressive, you'll wonder, is this wall even going to help at all? If you have that death ball composition, it's going to be incredibly nice just to counterplay that.
You know what I'm looking at here? The very hottest of sauces, the Yoru. I don't know about that. You know, listen. I think there's chances for that to be fantastic. Don't get me wrong, but I'm also kind of on the side of like, well, it can sort of be hit or miss depending on how it's utilized. So I'm curious to see kind of how that goes, especially starting out on the defensive side. I think this is going to be a whole lot of fun to get started. The real key for me, Los, is if you like the composition that is shaping up here for UNA, like they don't have your traditional heavy-hitting like duelist roles, do they? Right? Like Yoru's kind of in that role in this squad, but he also just doesn't necessarily fit in there that well either, and it takes a very good Yoru player to make that work. So I think that's, at least initially when I look at the compositions, the thing that I'm most strong in.
Yeah, no, I gotta agree with you on that. It feels very soft. It's it's just the opposite of what you said. It's not hard. It feels soft because they don't have that crazy in-your-face type of capability or that hard stop to keep you from advancing, as they want to make their advance. That is going to be a false Yoru decoy. Very hot sauce. Doesn't want to make that commitment just yet. But it seems that this has been an easy walk onto the site for Samford gamers.
Yeah, really not a lot of commitment. Lost Pantalones is able to dispatch with the player up towards heaven, but man, not even coming in. Just a bit of a fate, trying to bait out some swings, and ultimately that is effective, but it does keep Samford ahead in the head-to-head. 4-on-3 now.
Coming in for the retake, Emilio has no utility, only 9 HP. Looking to move through U-Haul, but that'll be cut down. It's a pincer in this moment. And unfortunately, Nifties reveals themselves before the pistol is drawn after the smokes fall. And now into this 1-on-2, Oofmonk doesn't have many options, but they'll wait for the heal.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that audio cue is going to give away all the information. The Trailblazer Doesn't go quite as deep as I would have liked to see, but it buys so much time on this spike, right? Like, it's still ticking, and now it's almost too late to get in and defuse it.
At this point, Oofmonk just has to go in for some kills. Pad the stats. Stats won't be padded. It's just going to be a nice, easy first victory here for Samford gamers, and a good start. They had a solid control of the post-plant situation and used that utility well to keep Oofmonk away from even daring to go for it.
Indeed, and of course, getting tagged down low at the beginning of that really hurt Oofmonk's chances as well. But one thing that I want to see maybe adjusted slightly there from UNA is I want to see them be a little bit more aggressive on their site hold, right? They were very willing to give that up, and whilst I don't think that's a problem per se, on an early round, like a pistol round like that, you'd like to see them have a little more confidence.
That is true, because you won't have too many tools to come back for the retake. And you don't have much to lose. You're all on equal footing, and not this case. He's almost had a great shorty play. They'll be cut down, and Hookah, as well as site proper, cleared and secured.
Now that haunt just confirming nobody is working around in the back of the site. Samford with 5 players alive. Retake comes forward. I think he at least is able to call back one player standing. But seemingly just a small victory. 2 kills, sure, close, that's great and all, but it's nothing special.
No, not exactly what you're looking for in terms of tearing down that force buy from Samford. UNA will have a better chance at striking back, or at least holding their ground. It was a better performance in terms of not running away so quickly, as we did have Niftis holding it down in Hookah, but unfortunately that shorty just didn't hit the mark. This time they've got the real firepower. I'm expecting a much more resilient play.
Look at all of this towards B. The Prowler going out initially towards Hookah. That's just to gather information, but it really doesn't get all too much done. It's more the shots being fired by Los Pantalones out towards B long, give the game away, and now with Sheesh making some noise and showing face here in towards Hookah.
Strong push from Vicky Ham. Are they expecting this? No way. Follow-up to come through. Rollerball open for the shot. The reload preemptive as the danger was not clear. And they have a Phantom for their troubles, but it did cost them 2 players.
Yeah, and that's one of those moments where you have 10 bullets in the chamber and you're not confident. Got to be a little more confident in that one. But 2-for-1 trade, that is truly fantastic.
Caution here.
Exact trade you're looking for, but it's going to be to even up the entirety of this one. 3-on-3, the B push coming forward, Los.
I don't know if that was for fun or genuine fear, but very optimal. Should be a point of fear as they had to deal with a double jump peek out of Hookah. Samford gamers once again secure the site, but this won't be a lackadaisical retake. Billy already walking up in the back. One kill, even turn it into 3, and they do. And the retake is successful. UNA will not go down like that.
Yeah, Samford, they got a little bit passive there, right? They weren't quite sure. They were trying to group up, play for the retake, but ultimately they weren't looking for the push, and Bay Emilio just finds the timing, easily gets that first kill, and, well, by the time everybody else is trying to turn around to deal with them, well, the rest of the team is coming in for UNA to get the first round on the board. Triple kill there from Bay Emilio. A really strong start, the first gun round. But there is a but here, Los. That was just against the bonus. Samford, they didn't have all the full weapons like they do here and now. The other thing to look at is Niftis working with the judge.
Hoping to find some magic in Hookah they haven't found previously. Good use of the Seekers, though. Gives Vicky Ham and the rest of UNA some decent information. A lot of presence up by A-Shore, A-Main in the markets. And this is a consistent barrage. Caught with the C's, going in for another peek, and they're successful.
Very nice work to aggress there, regardless of the C's, but unfortunately, the additional re-aggression maybe a little bit too far forward. If you ask me, Vicky Ham caught out in the open and 3-on-3 now. Site taking Bay, trying desperately to hold on to what had already been grabbed away.
Seeker's making things extra difficult. No need to worry about a flank.
Found one.
We've seen this story before. Oof Monk over in the CT hall. Looking forward that moment, but avoiding the utility is almost avoiding a conflict. You have to deal with what you can, and it force a play against Samford. Here's the shot against NECC, but that won't be successful. If this now with just the judge and a whole lot of hope.
Great reposition, by the way, from this. Ultimately, well, actually, I was going to say, it won't matter, but actually it does. NECC able to get enough time there to turn around and find the final frag, but nonetheless, a solid round from Samford. They show themselves to be very confident in getting their way into that site, and even when they lost a player early on, right? You look at that early pick that Vicky Ham was able to pull off, it was equalized relatively shortly by Samford playing aggressive and playing together. Their trades were great as they headed in towards that A site.
Now that we've gotten a taste of a bit of success for UNA, having those initial duels go their way, they have to learn a bit of restraint. Take what you can in terms of a win, back off, and play it safe, and play with the rest of your team. Ensure that there is no possibility for a trade, because that will frustrate and severely put your opponents in a disadvantaged position. But now, Very Hot Sauce is one who is in serious danger.
Hot water for this hot sauce, and unfortunately, he's been boiled straight out of the round. Samford easily gonna get it down and make this look pretty simple.
Back again in CT vents. Emilio avoiding that boom bot, and Vicky Ham with a flank with a shorty walking into the death squad. That's not what you need, but there still is hope. 3 on 5 for the retake. If Nipsis can walk through the smoke and find a shot, could have been able to convert it into a rifle, but this is absolute confusion and madness for UNA. They can't see where the bullets are coming from, and Samford gamers are rolling away.
Not only rolling, but they are dominating when it comes to their site choice, right? Like, they have consistently walked into sites without anybody or with few players committed to the defense, and that's just another example of it right there. Samford, they heard the teleport come through. Forget who it was that went into it. I think it might have been B. Emilio, but they teleported over from A to B, and, well, all Samford had to do was walk back in towards A. It was a free, easy site take. Just that one player on the site.
This 5-player hold against Short is absolutely mad, and Niftis turns it into a 2-for-1.
Monk wants to get for more, but the timing actually might be perfect here.
NECC all the way in the back of elbow. Unsuspecting Bay Emilio looks at the last second, followed up with a paranoia. What is Very Hot Sauce able to pull off in the blind state? It is nothing. And this is a perfect maneuver, a great utilization of spreading madness. Now madness must be spreading in the comms of UNA Gray, as they can't conceive of how they lost sight so quickly.
Vicky Ham in the 1v3. So difficult. The Trailblazer attempting to find information. Spam, not really there, but I think Vicky has decided that this is just not worth it for her. The team needs the money, needs the weaponry that she has on her shoulders, and the potential save? No. Turn around and still go for this? This is an aggressive play if I've ever seen one, Los, and it's punished by Los Pantalones.
No, not a worthy endeavor at all, and I'm wondering what the decision-making process of that was. Vicky Ham has been able to pull off some good shots throughout this match, but not enough
Critical double kill there in the first gun round.
Yeah, it was a great play earlier, but at this point, when you're down so bad in that moment, to be that confident, you can walk into 1v3. I mean, you know, I understand exit frags, but that was definitely an overstep of their bounds.
Well, and when you look at the economy that's here for UNA in this round, it is a little bit more questioning. Or at least I have a little bit more in the question area. But hey, regardless of the thought process, Samford, they're looking good. With a limited balance of
Spike
utility
down,
and weaponry is still ahead by one player. This aggression down long by Niftis is at least gone well to not only find one, but a second kill as well, and that's the spike that has just been recovered.
Great shot, Niftis. These last 2 rounds. Oh my, this is going to be an absurd play from Very Hot Sauce.
I'm back.
If it does find success.
And that Prowler was meant to find information on him, but it actually goes the wrong way. It doesn't spot him out.
Ultraviolet able to ensure Bay Emilio doesn't get aggressive. But what is happening here? This is a major turn of aggression here from UNA. The defenders, they're chasing Samford to their own site.
Blinded.
My
30
goodness.
seconds left.
So much work done by Vicky, utilizing that, but the Nightfall going to be committed there by Rollerbolt.
Has the information. Here comes the repeat from Very Hot Sauce. Niftis still with the Marshall in hand.
Mark 2.
Have to repeat it. They have to make a move at least within the next few seconds. Keeping themselves only in this one angle will make it so easy for the defenders in this post-plant situation for Samford Gamers to hold it down. But now with some new utility and a miss showstopper, this could be a moment.
Open up the sky.
Oh, that's committed. Over towards Lamp, though. It's not in the right place. He had no idea that Rollerbolt had moved all the way towards Showers. And in all honesty, I mean, a great maneuver from Rollerbolt, because that's just sort of the last place you would expect to look, considering the entrance in through short there. It's not, at least it's maybe the second or third place rather than that first, and it ultimately is what gives Samford the round in a 2v4, mind you.
A tough loss to take, and even Sheesh being able to pull off that kill after a misshot showstopper shows a solid amount of adaptability from this player in such a difficult situation. But now they have even more firepower. It's Los Pantalones with the tour de force. Niftis, quick to realize, no, I probably shouldn't peek that again.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it only takes one missed shot from the tour de force to suggest that this is not the angle for you. And you should be falling back. I get that. I've been there. Pantalones not wanting to give it up and will take what is not been given.
Ended.
Vicky M playing up so close, waiting for the rotation. What are they expecting? A spike plant on A. They use the Seekers, so they have the information, and it's only causing them to run in the wrong direction. Even the Seekers will tell them, going the wrong way, buddy. It's A.
That res out in the middle of the open, giving just brilliant opportunities for the Tour Force to be taken advantage of, and Samford going to win all the gunfights there. The final stages of the round, putting themselves up by a factor of 7. That is incredible. 7-1, the scoreline here, and I mean, so unfortunate from Oofmonk, right? Goes in for the res. It would be high value. Unfortunately, poor Niftis got resed into a bullet. That's just the worst, isn't it?
It happens to the best of us, unfortunately. But speaking of Oofmonk and that use of the resurrection, just in general with the Sage play, have you seen many walls, many barriers being placed?
Yeah, that's a good point. I have not seen all too many.
There's like a strong loss here, but speaking of that, there's just 2 players gone here from A site. They're done, toasted. Samford Gamers, they'll take 1 death along the way. They have, once again, full control.
Trailblazer goes out there for the offense, and in response to Nightfall alongside the Prowler to go move forward and try to get the entry in the 3v3.
Emilio peppering in a few bullets. They're into Los Pantalones before they teleport. However, with the reposition from the rendezvous, it's made it like shooting fish in a barrel. Oofmonk doesn't have any time for this. They can go for the defusal. Resistance will arrive, however, especially with the Haunt finding them out. There's nothing they could do.
And if it wasn't for the Haunt, I mean, Los Pantalones was there just with the rifle just in case. And, well, Samford showing no signs of stopping whatsoever. And another kind of point that you were trying to get at the beginning of that last round about the lack of walls, I want to talk about something that we have been seeing, and that is the utility being used so effectively by Sheesh and Rollerbolt. We were seeing a Seize alongside the Paint Shells comboed up there to get a kill at A in the early stages of the last round, and Samford taking advantage of those small little things to gain advantages is going to give them consistent success over this best of 3.
Niftis playing it close. With the Sheriff in hand, checked in the corner. Los Pantalones won't fall for that one. Oldest trick in the book. They read right through it. Already gone. 2 players defending on B side, but they don't want it. They can actually TP back to A. And the one defender, Very Hot Sauce, has been handled.
That's just a great from the shadows being utilized there, and Rollerbolt even going to be able to find Vicky Ham, who was just crouch walking down through the site, hoping beyond all hope to get away with their life. But unfortunately, all hope was lost there in just a moment with Rollerbolt one to deny. But here's another good round where Samford, they're doing well, looking to take that B site. They get the advantage at B, causes full rotations, and they just take a moment to think, okay, how can we make this even more advantageous? And that's MatterX going over to the A site with From the Shadows, finding the information and getting the kill on the final A lurker. It just all made so much sense with the teleport to follow. It looked so good, and Samford, well, they're showing no signs of stopping. This is their map pick, but darn, am I impressed.
Yeah, beautiful beginning. Maybe a tragic one here for any UNA fans. This is not going to be an easy climb back to the top if they even want to make it happen here on Bind. But this is a stark contrast to what we've seen in previous rounds. A very slow crawl into sight. No aggressive plays to remove Vicky Am from the corner, but MatterX will lose their life as the lone pusher here on short, but finally, those paint shells make themselves known.
Yeah, it's going to force the heal as well, so as we see the rotation and Nifty, maybe that bit of utility will be the difference maker, but the Prowler going to go out in addition, and Pantalone is going to eventually find a shot entry.
30 seconds.
Look at that, both taunts were shot at the exact same time. Vicky Am hoping to pull a fast one coming out the TP, doesn't find success. However, Oofmonk from BCT doesn't land themselves a nice shot. Turn it back into an equalized game, 3-on-3. With this position.
10 seconds left.
Got to roll.
Heal up, squad.
I don't know if they can make that. I'm pretty sure they don't.
3.5. I don't think that's there. Yeah. Oh man, some time mismanagement there from Samford, and what I'd say is probably the
Last
first
round before the
unforced error from Samford gamers. I mean, they have played a near flawless game, but just took a little bit too much time to get rotated out.
That's a good spot.
And maybe that is the one issue. I saw that it was going to be a very slow round, and maybe they weren't prepared for that play style, considering it's an exact opposite of what we've seen in the majority of this map. But now that they've had a chance to kind of assess what a slow play could be, maybe they'll run it back, do something similar. However, with this positioning up both in showers and in short, they're just looking for answers, looking for picks at this point.
First time I've seen that lookout be used effectively. Of course, you know, we haven't necessarily seen everything. Could have been off camera, but still, I think I want to see a little bit more from this Yoru than I have yet to see. But put that on hold now. Put a pin in that conversation, Lois. The opening pick still goes Samford's way, regardless of the fake out. The 5v4 is in. I think it's going to be grouped up here at A.
Another kill here for Very Hot Sauce. Dangerous position to put themselves in while reloading, but it does enough damage to stop the spike from being planted, and now it's on an island. It's stuck on that triple box, and they have the information. They know exactly where Owen and the Chamber are. Los Pantalones might not be so lost. He's found right around the corner. It turned into a 1-on-2. Niftis with a singular shot, but they know that it's an operator around the corner in short. They can't allow themselves to be spotted by
30
that. It would be
seconds
too easy a kill to secure.
Oh, I love that swap there. The Nightfall is going to cover off the information of that swap. So Niftis still doesn't know if he's going up against the rifle or against the operator. 15 seconds, and Niftis still prepared. The clutch there, and 2 rounds in a row. The first of which an error
Switching
for
sides.
Samford, but this one, it's all UNAs. They make the moves, and they get the clutch. Niftis with the huge frag to close out that round and get the third on the board for the 9-3.
Yeah, that is a small consolation prize after a grueling first half. You just look at the timeline, like this has not been an easy matchup so far, but it could be a good omen that they can make their way into this second half as the attackers. I mean, we've seen Vicky M and Niftis getting aggressive. Maybe this is where they'll truly shine, getting in the face of their opponents, but this time with a clear objective in mind. Take the site.
Good question. The answers on the cards here is move into this second half. Well, really haunt out. You like to see that. It's going to be a blind side to push back Sheesh and Co. There is a plethora of defensive Samford players here at A, and this probably is not the site to be heading, but looks to me like UNA are absolutely committed to the idea that this is where they want to be going. All 5 of them stacked up there.
Shots going in. Lost Pantalone is having to bail out. They'll be healed. The Resident Sky, Ultraviolet, will be able to keep them sturdy. And throughout all this time, they haven't been able to break through a short. Very difficult for them to make the maneuver as the dark cover is keeping them blind, but they're all stacked. Very hot sauce now, the bold one to make a move and look for information.
Slow and steady. That's been the case here for UNA, hoping beyond all hope that Samford would give them some sort of aggressive maneuver to take away from, but instead, Rollerboat, waiting patiently, is going to be the one to find UNA walking into their crosshairs.
30
But still,
seconds left.
No connection, no kills. Going to be up to Sheesh, who's now stuck between a rock and a hard place.
It's just there to clean it up, and Vicky M aggressive with the Sheriff here in U-Haul. That will destroy the wall that they hope to place and give them security, but nonetheless, will also give them a window into Rollerbolt's position, which is handled quickly. Last one alive, Ultraviolet on the flank. Something we've seen quite a bit from UNA when they were on the defense. Let's see if it pans out in similar success.
Well, the difficulty is that surely they know, and it's not heard of. And despite the relatively low HP bars of the majority of the UNA squad, it is going to be them to pick up the pistol round. So, University of North Alabama, they are in position to start to make this comeback happen. Of course, Samford, they're not going to be going down without a fight. They have been fighting hard all night, and now's no time to change that. Everyone going for the force buy. It's going to be a full house. We got Stingers alongside 2 Marshals, and particularly on this map, I know that this can be very effective with the some of the longer range areas like Belong, but also you can play very short range if you want. That Stinger over towards Vamp, for example, is nasty.
No, that can make your life a living nightmare if you're dealing with that at close range. Very hot sauce. Again, the first one to potentially make a maneuver. Around here, Sheesh is going to have free range against the one Phantom on this team. Able to pull off a second, they will be denied. But the follow-up is absolute madness. Chaos, Emilio, and the crew won't be able to scrounge up a singular kill in the follow-up. But now MatterX has themselves a Phantom. If just causing trouble by showers, what else can they maneuver?
Damage significant. Seas goes out to try and gain some more information, but UNA, they've pumped the brakes, Los. This is no more an A hit for sure. Spike's still there for the time being, but actually they're going to be rotating as well. So I think all 5 players unsure of where this is going to end.
30 seconds left.
And UNA taking this to be more than likely. With 25 seconds, there's still time to play this coyly. Of course, going to have to deal with the player on the site. Going to be this chamber. Deadly at times, has the rendezvous ready as well.
Last player standing.
They need to be quick with a follow-up from Oofmunk is not there. The trade is not secured. And Los Pantalones after a very dubious and interesting force round coming from UNA Gray. They cannot pull it off and solidify a good footing here in the second half.
So let's talk about that force buy for a second, Los. A little bit game theory, if you will. Right? Like, it is, it's always interesting to see kind of who takes the forces and who doesn't. It can be pretty rare on the defense to go that aggressive. Normally, you're just looking at pistols. But Samford, they went all in. They doubled down, man. And it pays off brilliantly. It's really cool to see that when that occurs. And Samford, well, they've been the one to really push the envelope for this game. And it doesn't surprise me that that continues there in the second.
I think it comes from their ability or their knowledge that they can deny any movement by UNA Gray coming through A short. Just the dark covers are enough of a deterrent for them to make a strong push that they believe that these Spectres, it's going to be enough. We could close the gap quick enough that these Stingers can find value. And they did perfectly. Los Pantalones now getting into a scuffle, but Roller Bolt, still with a Marshal in their hands, is finding success. Niftis losing their life by showers.
This bait shell is going to buy even more time. Rotates that, well, sort of are already there in the Samford side. And like you were talking about, these dark covers, they are enough. I mean, they have been. You can see how much they're doing, but Vicky on their way.
Oh my
freely,
lord.
No, there's just no way.
30 seconds left.
A good attempt.
An attempt.
You know what? An attempt. Possibility of using that
Spike down
barrier.
B.
And these are two moments where Samford gamers have been completely exposed, caught with their pants down, but the ability to keep each other safe and alive has prevailed. And UNA Gray, though they only were working with classics, find a devastating loss.
Very Hot Sauce has no classic bullets left. That is impressive. I mean, it's
Where did
not
they go?
that crazy. You got 48. But that's a lot of bullets to shoot with your classic, man. I know they were ecoing, but still. Kind of funny to me. Either way, Very Hot Sauce, unfortunately, one of the UNA gamers here who have mismanaged their money just a little bit and are going to be stuck with the Bulldog and light shields instead of the full 50. But all good. Bulldog's a good weapon. I'm definitely on board with that.
Yeah, no, it's solid. Good for all, both beer enjoyers as well. But let's find out if UNA Gray sips on the delicious soda. Regardless, they've made their way onto the site, not taking any casualties or really any damage at all. Followed up by the orbital strike to clear out Heaven. This is going to be an absolute chaos fiesta in a few moments, but it's not even chaos. It's controlled shots. Matter X coming out of U-Haul with a great shot. But Niftis not giving up. They're holding their ground. It's a 1v3. Hold up with Guiding Light. Oh, but they anticipated it too early. Looking back and caught right into the blinding light of the Guiding Light.
Certainly was blinding in this situation. And, well, the bad news here for UNA, they're going up against map points and 12 on the board here for Samford. They have pushed their way to the top. Other sad news is that because of loss bonus and the such, UNA are going to have enough to buy, especially getting that spike planted down helps out a little bit.
That's a good start.
It's not great. Like, it's not perfect. Very Hot Sauce, once again, working with no armor this time out. But it's the last chance for UNA to make their mark on what has been a very one-sided bind. Again, Samford's map pick.
Bomb buddy out.
She's running back after that Roomba, knowing that that's a false Yoru.
Battle out.
Hold on to their bullets, keep themselves alive. Blast pack the heck out of there.
So, just with that utility, taking the entirety of Hookah, but
Spike
the
down.
timing to that smoke goes down could not be worse.
What an unfortunate
Last
presence,
player
or at
standing.
least sequence of events that we're finding for UNA, Greg. Now it's all up to Oof Monk. They've got the spike in hand, so they can make a play, but Rollerbolt is going to be right around the corner. A classic, a bait that they've utilized on Samford gamers previously. And they'll fall for the same trick, and no! Rollerbolt is going to do it to him. A knife to finish it off. 13-4 is the first score line here. Samford gamers are crushing it here on week 2.
Rollerbolt, you didn't have to do him like that, man. I mean, he kind of did, but
They
still,
did.
still, a pretty dominant score line and end to this first map of our first series of the day here on the NECC B stream. But Los, I think that there's a couple of win conditions that we saw from Samford, and let's talk about those for a moment, because number one, they were just shooting a little bit better. I think that was pretty clear. We kind of saw that showcased in that one round where I think you were saying that despite Samford being caught in situations where they should have been dead to rights, they were still able to either have a teammate bail them out or somehow bail themselves out with a nice adjustment and eventually hitting some shots. We saw that, and I think that round showcased how Samford were just playing a little bit better individually. But the other side of that as well was that when we were looking at the attack side, Samford consistently were able to walk into sites with one player, or no players at times, and it was rarely walking into a site with stacked players. Whereas the opposite was true for the University of North Alabama. That's going to need to change as we approach map number 2.
I think there's quite a few rounds that we can look back to and see it's just very hot sauce as the lone defender of a site. And Yoru, not exactly the best agent to use to hold down a site. We were talking about how they didn't have any hard stops, any real beefy utility to stop a push or create one. Yoru is a classic example of that. The best you could do, blindside, send out a decoy and run out with it, maybe for the double swing, but unfortunately leaving them alone for this play, it wasn't going to work out. But there still is some time for them to rethink their strategies, because this is only map 1 in a best of 3, so don't go anywhere. We're heading into Fracture right after this. Yo, and welcome back. It's still NECC Week 2 of Valorant. We have an interesting matchup between us so far. It was quite a decisive performance back on Bind, and it was 13-4. Samford is really doing a number on UNA. We'll see what's going down because that was their map pick, and we'll find out if now Fracture can fracture up this idea of Samford having their strength. I'm Los, joined by Vincent. And Vincent, thoughts before we head to the map 2?
Well, I mean, I think first of all, we have a change. It is going to be Squishy Squeegee in for Matter X, but the other interesting part of that is, well, Matter X alongside Los Pantalones, they were the top progress for this Samford squad. So big loss, at least on paper, at least based on that last matchup for Samford. We're gonna have to see if that matters as much, or this is purely based on, you know, the agent selection, which it totally could be for Fracture. You were alluding to the fact that Fracture plays very differently than a lot of other maps, and, well, for that reason, you tend to see a whole lot of other picks you wouldn't necessarily see otherwise. So I'm going to see how this one goes. Obviously, after that first map, it's hard not to feel like Samford have the edge.
Well, I think looking at the agent selection already, that theory definitely holds up because Sheesh, formerly on the Rays, now taking the role of that controller, and they've done a little bit of a, what is the word? The chair game?
Oh, musical chairs?
Musical chairs, oh my god. They did some musical chairs. Now, it's a complete shakeup of their agent selection. I mean, Ultraviolet, formerly on the Sky. Los Pantalones, I mean, they're going to be sticking around. However, a nice little shakeup between those three players. I'm excited to see what they can bring to it, but looking back to UNA, there has not been adjustment in the pick from Very Hot Sauce. They will still hold on to that Yoru selection. What? I'm not sure why.
Well, yeah, I mean, listen, I say often, and I stand by this, Los, that it's important, especially at this in this conference, right? Like, if you're playing in Navigators, I think that the value in playing something you're comfortable with is far outweighed by any sort of quote-unquote meta, right? That I would say, or that any other commentator would throw out there. You know, we might throw it out there that, hey, this is a little off meta or what, but ultimately, if you're comfortable, you should play it. Now, with that being said, I didn't feel like Very Hot Sauce got enough value out of this Yoru to justify it here, but it could have been an off game. That was Samford's map pick, and we are headed to a very good Yoru map. I feel like if there's a Yoru map, it's Fracture.
That is true. I will take that into consideration, the ability to use those teleports to readjust yourself. Could prove profitable. Here comes the decoy. Maybe able to find Ultraviolet. No, not buying it. Not a chance. But they are considering it, like, hey, wait a minute. I'm gonna keep my eye on this guy.
Keep my peeled, just in case.
Oh boy, Mickey Hands walking right through the hot hands. And they'll pay for it with their life, but they do secure a little bit of that space, some security. Spike site, planted, ensured. Squishy Squeegee, the new rotation, new fill-in substitute coming in with the kills. This retake will be a sure thing, but you do have Niftis with the frenzy. They're blocked off. They won't be able to save that spike.
Oh no! Samford unable to get the defuse denied. UNA taking advantage. Remember, we talked about the wall and how we weren't necessarily seeing the greatest of uses out of things. Well, let's be honest. Great wall right there from Ufma.
Yeah, no, that was a good use if they were able to hold on to that position. But I'm happy to see it being brought out in this round, or at least in general, because we did see a lack of that utility. However, times are changing, map is changing, and this is UNA's pick.
Spike down, B.
Look at that opening pick as well. Beautiful work from Samford as they find the opening that is not necessarily required, but certainly welcome at the very least. So this smoke, it leaves much to be desired. Let's just say.
Yeah, that is not exactly what you want. And not much pressure being applied from Arcade. However, Lost Pantalona is making a very courageous play. Unable to land a shot, place the crosshair. They had the opportunity, but they walked into 3 players waiting for that exact moment. Now in Canteen, looking for a similar situation. Pushing through those smokes will only lead to death.
Another solid look on this wall, but we see in fact the C's. Oh, that's gonna give away the game. Ultraviolet with the flash.
Hold up. Ultraviolet with the Marshall, ensuring death. However, Vicky M might be able to come through with the crossfire, but they don't work it out as Roller Bolts was keeping that angle secured. There was no safety for anyone from UNA Gray.
None whatsoever, and the second round goes to Samford as, well, things, look good. Like, that post plant was solid. The idea with regard to making sure to get the crossfire set up with Vicky and very hot sauce on the site. Like, I liked all of those things. I thought they were all solid. Unfortunately, with the weaponry disadvantage and, of course, the very well-placed flashes that we were seeing come through, just wasn't quite enough to push them over the edge. Interesting to see Ultraviolet on the Phoenix. I feel like it's a little more common now with the buffs relatively recently, but always enjoy seeing a little bit of Phoenix. I feel like Phoenix very well-balanced, good at a lot of things, can really be effective at a few different roles if you can make them work.
No, definitely a big fan of the Phoenix resurgence. Basically, they're running back with the buff, to be honest. They took their own ultimate, came back to life. But I can tell you, Vicky M isn't coming back to life. She's ensuring that. With this movement, even with the smokes blocking their vision, it doesn't block their pursuit. They've secured essentially this half of the site, but it won't be earned so easily, or at least handled so easily. Niftis, seemingly out of nowhere in the sands, a surprise for Ultraviolet.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, she's playing a dangerous game, but on the flank, Roller Bolt. Oof Monk has to try and fight desperately to create 1v1s, but meanwhile the wall had fallen. And, well, with a quad kill from Sheesh. Talk about a high impact round for a controller player. Doing all the damage. That was all without a rifle even. He was just working with the Spectre. So, Samford continuing to find their success even against the first buy round of this half. And, that I think is a little bit scary, but still.
Does anyone have fun?
Guns back this time for UNA. Yes. They aren't quite out of cash yet. But they are going to be up against Lost Pantalonas and his operator. And it looks like that's going to be over here at B as well. So the potential for this early aggression, and if you look at the minimap, it's going to be players on the other side of it too.
Yeah, this up in the hand of Lost Pantalones, nothing to sneeze at, and even under the threat of the Prowler, they find the shot, make a quick escape with the rendezvous, going back for more, back for blood. Will this be earned? Maybe not. No chance for a rendezvous, no escape, especially now that the Nightfall has revealed your position. But still, the up in hand is a dangerous tool for this player.
The Res bringing it back temporarily to an even stat, but it's quickly once again denied. Vicky's going to need to find some value here. This is very important. The timing on this is critical. And Ultraviolet is potentially in the open.
Good spot. What's the move now? Some sky smoke's falling, but there's still an angle to work on. GM secures their one. Looks for a second. They'll secure maybe even a third, but they have to get away. And they do. Sheesh won't let that happen, but the swing from Vicky doesn't secure it. Bold effort and play to even go for that reaggress onto Sheesh, but it doesn't pay dividends, and 4-0 will be secured by Samford.
I'm getting flashbacks to map number 1 where Vicky Ham had made some really fantastic plays. She's done a phenomenal job of being in the right place at the right time for this UNA roster. Unfortunately, just many of those times, the rest of the squad really hasn't showed up to support her in her endeavors. Like, she gets a triple kill there. All UNA needed to do was be a little bit more passive, not get too aggressive in towards that B main area, and then wait for Vicky to make her play. Unfortunately, they got a little too aggressive and picked off multiple times before that could even come to fruition.
Now here come the Seekers. It's double trouble. Both teams utilizing this ultimate.
Watch your eyes.
Or no. My mistake. Actually, no. That is true. Sorry, I was misreading all of those different icons on the map. Regardless, Seekers use information gained. Vicky Ham looking to go ham. They go inside the smoke in a constant series of not knowing who's on the other side. But even though that this side has been secured, sheesh! Securing 3 with that orbital strike. This round's over. You don't even need to say more.
Sheesh! That's a quad kill, baby. So easy for Sheesh. Timing, perfection. Allows the spike to go down, sure, but on the exit, all 3 players trying to get out. And by the way, fantastic observing. Carolina, our observer tonight, doing a flawless job, as this round is indeed flawless as well, catching all of those. But, I mean, the timing could not have been better, could it, Los? Absolutely fantastic.
I think it comes down to the predictability that we're finding from UNA. This has been their essential play on A. They haven't quite deviated from it. The most that they've done is place an additional player through Arcade, providing a little bit of extra pressure. But otherwise, it's get everyone on site, get behind that wall, and make sure that spike is secured. Now with a quick and easy read of that happening 3 rounds out of the 5 that have been played, makes sense that they'll drop this fantastic orbital strike. Regardless, speaking of ultimates and their efficacy, a very hot sauce here with that dimension. Oh my lord.
Well, the dimensional drift gets him behind enemy lines. Unfortunately, I mean, he's just gone from one area that the attackers have to another area that the attackers have. You know what I mean? Like, it's an idea, but it just didn't come to fruition, and at the very least, Chances trying to get a little fancy with it, but I mean, honestly, that's aggressive and a little bit of a interesting decision to go for the gate crash, but nonetheless, 2 players remain. UNA with a real chance.
Hawk out! Last
Definitely
player
a
standing. Spike
survivable
down
situation.
B.
However, Niftis makes moves before utility is put away. That's something we've seen before. A NC player looking to make sure that these executions, these retakes, anything that they want to do, it's done with speed. But unfortunately, the animations can't keep up with their plans, and they often find themselves walking into openings with their guns down.
Yeah, it's one of those things that can be so easy to do, Los, but it really is a big deal. And yes, small in the scope of some things, but can be absolutely massive when it comes to winning and losing rounds, because it only takes 1 or 2 of those to happen in the course of a round for that to change the outcome. Samford still up ahead by a massive margin, and this is the first time UNA have elected to go for a timeout, which is interesting considering the scoreline on that last map. I wonder why, right? Like, University of North Alabama, they didn't elect to go for a timeout over on Bind, but they've done it here.
Maybe that is a realization that these rounds are so close to becoming winnable, that they have the chance to make a few different adjustments in their play, and they would have secured rounds. If we're looking back on Bind, it felt that Samford was in a much more dominant position. UNA has the ability to make these wins, has the ability to find those slots to secure that W. I just need a little bit more time to flesh out a fully conceived plan.
We'll see if the plan has been conceived effectively or not this time. As Rollerball goes for the early pick with the operator, tries to dodge on the Trailblazer. That is dangerous to say the least, but it is a collapse towards A.
Rollerbolt holding on to that shot, and this will be definitely an interesting push into the site. Ultraviolet still holding out by the zip, looking down into Sands. Now they'll get aggressive, going right into A main. They will be shot down, and back unable to find the kill they were looking for. The spike is in play.
3 players alive here for UNA, but the push coming back through. Samford trying to retake as they have thinned the herd slightly. 2 players remaining. One of the site is going to go down, and UNA left to 1.
And it's very hot sauce. They've been fighting, looking for their place in this matchup. And in the 1v3, it's going to be incredibly difficult to step up to the challenge, especially when all of your opponents are waiting for you on the spike itself.
Lots to look at here. As apologies, we've lost a little bit in here in the sauce, but that's all right. I will say that UNA have definitely stepped up after that pause, right? They took what they had been doing and they changed it up just a little bit. Now, whether that's worked or not, I mean, to be fair, I don't think we know quite yet. But I think that them changing to a bit more of an aggressive tact than the more passive plays we've been seeing towards B, I think that's a good decision.
No, it's a good thing to shake up because these passive plays have been the bane of their attacking side. Looking back at bind, that dark cover would never allow them to pass through. These sky smokes on B have been such a difficult maneuver or an object to maneuver around. We have seen them been able to push through. Follow-up is a little bit difficult, but getting in there as quickly as you can, preventing a decent setup from the defenders, it makes them think on their toes. They have to react to you. It's not about you learning how to adjust to their play. You create the force. You make them go into a mistake.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, you have to be impressed with the abilities to adjust that we've seen, and I think in general, right? University of North Alabama giving it their best shot here. Just some very solid play from Samford thus far on Fracture. It's been very scary. By the way, we are working on getting things solved on our end. We do apologize for the drop. We'll get back in game as soon as we can. Thanks so much for your patience. And, well, speaking, it will become true. Looks like, unfortunately, that 1v3 not successful. And UNA have still yet to pick up a round in this one. As we get down to the wire, it's the operator for Los Pantalones. We've been seeing that pretty consistently, and we've been seeing opening picks consistently as well. Oofmonk baited into the attempt towards that orb, and it's ultimately going to be their life that they pay it with.
Bit of greed, looking for that resurrection, only to end up with your own death. Now stuck in the tunnels underneath B site. UNA is looking for some ideas, some new maneuver to get their way into this round. But rotation over to A site might be the play. Dish could be their way to winning round number 9.
We've yet to see a whole lot of usage of this area of the map, but the good news is UNA are walking into a mostly empty area. They just need to clear Ultraviolet, but that seems a little bit more difficult than anticipated with Squeegee being the other side to that hold as Sheesh comes through the smoke and applies some good old-fashioned bullets to the face.
The classic. Not to be confused with the gun, the tactic.
Yeah, no. Very different. Very different.
Now, sometimes you could use the classic with the classic. But that got nerfed back in the early stages of VALORANT.
Some would say still busted, but you know, we'll leave that for another time. The discussion now is, what the hell do UNA do? I mean, you know, it feels like they've definitely gone to a lot of different attempts. They're gonna get close range. That was certainly aggressive. The plant should be here for free at the very least.
And there it is, that similar maneuver. They've dropped down the wall, and they're trapped away by the molly. However, it doesn't burn anyone to a crisp. Be able to stay alive, and there's no orbital strike to remove them this time. The sky smokes pile on, but actually gives them freedom for them to walk on through. The freedom was only a trap as Very Hot Sauce now using dimensional drift can swing around. They still have just a frenzy in hand, and this is just going to be a wacky play.
Meanwhile, though, multiple players falling. They've fallen like dominoes on the side because Sheesh walked in and demolished everyone. Unfortunately, the information gained from Very Hot Sauce is also there. Just not enough. I mean, I think Very Hot Sauce did everything right, but ultimately the rest of the team could not find the kills based on the information given. So that dimensional drift falls by the wayside, and Sheesh sitting at 22-1. Let that sink in. 1 death.
Absurd. Absolutely absurd from Sheesh. And I'm thinking, they didn't even need an orbital strike. She's just walked in and found themselves a 3K anyway. The results were the same. The player is the same. Orbital strike or just phantom, they'll make it happen.
Making the opening pick happen just as well. And this hit towards A this time. Still not all that effective. The Nightfall to get onto site though is going to dispatch with 1.
Caught up Los Pantalones. Themselves a shot. And the orbital strike. Round late, but here it is. Finding the kills regardless. She's jumping like an action hero. What is this? Die Hard with the plays from this player?
I mean, they are literally playing in a movie where they are the main character. Sheesh is absolutely phenomenal. And, you know, the crazy part about this, it really is movie-like, because Sheesh has had their own anime arc, Los. Going from playing on the first map, was working on the race, playing a duelist, right? You would expect a fragging role. Didn't need to, but didn't have but 7 kills. Now moves over to a role that you don't typically expect to be fragging so hard, and just can't miss. Had the full training montage in just 1 map's time.
Oh.
Spike down B.
Feels like this is a lesson that should have been learned long ago. You do not keep this up.
Oh man, the res isn't enough to equalize things here as Los Pantalones does more.
Spike down B.
They can do it all. Sheesh. Finding that extra support. Oof, Monk, though, she does find a kill. As Los Pantalones, it's a bit aggressive. But it doesn't matter. It was a sure thing. Just getting antsy. Looking for those stat pads. And Sheesh has stolen the show. They don't want to feel left out.
Fair enough, man. 26-1-8. That is just absurd. Truly is. You don't see stat lines like that every day. And that's why I will continue to repeat that at 12-0. Samford, at this point, I'm on board, Los. I'm like, give me the 13-0. I want to see it.
I think it's inevitable.
I mean, listen. With all respect to North Alabama, like, I hope they can get something, but it's like Samford deserve it at this point.
Without a doubt. If not Samford as a team. For Sheesh.
True.
Hey, Emilio here with the first contact. Does get 1 shot onto the head of Ultraviolet. However, she'll be okay. It's just a classic, but in return, they aren't as merciful. Site taken, site secured, spike planted.
Spike planted.
UNA, they have 3 to try this retake with. And now that is down to 4 on the opposing side, with Oofmonk doing a good job of finding some early damage. And it's players coming in from mid to
1 for 1. Still down 1 player. However, very good sauce on the frenzy. Able to push it and create some chaos. The rendezvous won't help you. Rollerbolt, the only one standing between the 13-0 or not. Realizes that Oofmonk, she stopped it. Send out the Prowler, close the distance, and go in for the kill. It's 13-0. Samford, Gamers, Navy, a flawless map.
Samford, they have only dropped 4 rounds between the 2 series that they've played. 4 maps, 2 series. That is insane. 4 rounds in each one of those. So 8 rounds total over 4 maps. That is incredible stuff. They've held their opponents to the minimum. And Samford, well deserved. I mean, they played a great game tonight. They did everything right. And sheesh, that was just so impressive to me.
Yeah, no, there is not a singular player who stands up more than Sheesh coming through in Fracture. I think they had a solid involvement if we're looking back at the first map of Bind, but that doesn't even compare. That does not compare to what they brought into Fracture, because it was a much more team-oriented play. If it was the fade as well as the paint shells working in conjunction, it was a much more chemistry-based play. However, on Fracture, it was all singular, not even ego picks, but just belief and confidence in your shots.
There's certainly belief, confidence, and well-deserved confidence for Sheesh in those last few shots. And I mean, undisputed Sheesh MVP there, just based on, honestly, just based on that second map. I mean, I feel like that has to be, like, Los Pantalones definitely getting trolled there by not getting picked, but come on. I feel like Sheesh just kind of took over the game, like, entirely. And that has to mean something.
It certainly does. Well, it means that they're going to be finishing week 2 2-0, continuing their mean streak. This is a team you will not want to face in the server if you're down in the Navigators Southeast, and they're establishing them as a serious force. But that isn't going to be the only match we have for you tonight, as this is only the first of many here for the NECC Valorant Week 2. We'll have more Valorant action for you right after this break, so don't go anywhere. NECC continues.
Welcome everyone here. We are ready to go with our second series of the evening here on the B stream of the NECC. I'm very, very excited to be here. My name is Orbital. With me is Time to Light, a man that is migrating over from Rocket League as well as Rainbow Six. Light, how you doing today?
I'm also muted, that's what I am, but I'm happy to be back here. My apologies for that one. I'm just happy to be back for a new season of the NECC. Valorant starting things up. We got Rainbow Six tomorrow. If you totally want to watch that, I totally suggest it, but that's a different question for the time being. Orbital, how are you?
I'm good. You know, it's been so long since someone's asked me that, and I appreciate it. I appreciate the sentiment. But of course, as much as we are doing all right, we have to ask the teams if they are all right, because they are coming in to week number 2 here, and hopefully it is going to be a good time. Of course, the first team that we're going to have here is Augustana College Yellow team coming out of the Emergence Division. Not Light Skin, Monkey Man Sam, MS2 Dust, Rika, and Slick Vic are going to be rounding out that roster, and against them will be the Lakeland Muskies, currently sitting at a 1-0, as Augustana College Yellow are sitting at 0-1.
And Augustana really coming out with an unfortunate loss up against the University of Alabama at Huntsville. But taking a look at the Lakeland Muskies, you have a Bink, E.T. Han, Hansen, what? Is that Hansen man?
Yeah.
Okay, Soren and Nugget. I was like, is that trying to say handsome, Hansen? Because I saw Han and Han back to back, and I was like, is that the same syllable? I was so confused. Anywho, those are the Lakeland Muskies. Don't mind me. I can totally speak English. I promise you I've passed high school and collegiate English classes. We'll move on into where we're playing. We've already seen who the teams are and what they're playing for. Let's see the maps in which they will reside. With Pearl gone, Bind is map number 1 here, Orbital.
Yeah, and what's rightly pointed out is the fact that these 3 maps, I believe, are the exact same map order that we had in the first series here on the B stream, so that is very entertaining, or not so entertaining for some people that are tuning in. But I do like the fact that no matter what, we will get Fracture, right? Fracture, a lot of people have been talking about the fact that it is long due for an overhaul. There are some changes currently in the works, I believe, that are currently on the PvE that some people are very entertained by. So this might be one of the last times that we get to see Fracture being played on the old style, one that either lends itself to one or the other and almost nothing in between.
Now, I was hoping for Fracture to stay the exact same because it's one of the maps that I have a very good win rate on, because I happen to be bad at this game. Hence the reason I talk about video games rather than try and play them at the collegiate level. But let's start with Bind to open things up. B long, always a point of contention. You're looking at maybe Fountain to try and aggress, but over towards that A side, it's always been a dynamic question of, can you get that mid control? Are you trying to push Sours? What do the teams decide to do? I want to get your opinion on this. What's the number 1 thing you want to try and gain control of on the defensive side?
Ooh, defensive, that is a rough one, because I tend to lean more towards the A site. I tend to say, hey, I really like A. I like just kind of the general opening and positioning that I can set up for. Of course, in the actual format, you want the default setup, right? On A and B, you like to go ahead and hang on to both. But the fact is, I'm not so worried about the control of the sites. I'd rather like to see the rotations, right? I like to see the adaptations that come out for both these teams. It's not so much what they can start with, right? As much as we like to say, hey, you set up on the B site, you put a heavy emphasis with 3 members on B and hold, you know, maybe 1 on A with a floater. It's not so much that. The thing that I tend to see, especially in the collegiate level and especially in Emergence, is the fact that teams sometimes don't rotate very quickly. These are teams that we do have to kind of watch and say, you need to be aware of what's happening. So for me, maybe not so much, hey, I want to see strong defensive lineups at the start. I want to see teams be able to make adaptable calls and rotate appropriately. I don't want to see someone lag behind, 15 seconds after the spike is planted.
You don't want to see the lack of flexibility from teams. Well, yes, having a set-in-stone call is good. The issue is when you try and rely on that a little bit too much, and then you start to fall back in later instances of the game when your opponents are more than flexible. You yourself, unfortunately, not so much. We'll see how that plays out, of course. As the game plays out, we can't make that prediction right off the bat because these teams really both played 3-map series to open things up. It's easier said than done to make omniscient predictions seconds before the agent selection is already gone. A little bit of a note, we may have a little bit of a tech pause to open things up. You can see the massive screen tearing. Our producer happens to be across the pond over in the
Select
UK.
your agent.
Our observer here on the East Coast, so sending feeds always a question mark between the two. Hopefully we'll get that fixed. Again, apologies for technical issues. Sometimes something you can't avoid.
Yeah, it's the fact that, hey, we're trying to make it work, and I think the teams are also very excited to play this map as well. So taking a little bit of extra time and hoping to get an idea of what they are taking a look at and how they're hoping to open up, as we do get an idea of the agents at least, right? So taking a look on the side of the defensive squad, right? You're taking a look at Lakeland Muskies. They're setting up with somewhat of the, I want to say, mixture, right? This is a lot of denial as well as aggression here. I can see here, right, the sky is one that we love to see on bind. It's very important to say so, and I'm hoping that things have been fixed with that agent, but all eyes are open, right?
We're right back underway. Again, it looks like things have been fixed without even the game even starting. Awesome job, production team. Shout out to them because they're awesome and always don't get enough love. Peak, our producer for the night, and Caroline, aka SG Carol. Awesome people. Love them, and you know, they're the reason you guys actually get to see the game. We just talk about games.
we just talk about whatever we see on screen, right? You show us a little teddy bear on the map, hey, we talk about teddy bears. We see the agents,
Exactly.
we talk about the agents. We talk about whatever we are given in front of our eyes, and nothing more, right? It's all surface level.
We're like a child. It's just line of sight focus. That's really what casters are nowadays. I hate to call out my comrades in the booth, but I'm not.
It's no, it's just a fact of life that we are glorified babies just running around. It's like, ooh, shiny object, ooh, shiny object, ooh, big bang. I mean, there's nothing in front. There's like nothing behind our eyes. Just absolutely nothing.
Well, apparently nothing in front of this Augusta College side either. They will look to cover that flank. Nugget getting the opener through that poison cloud as well. A double rotate using that teleporter as well. Paint shells over to create some space. Don't land. They do create some space. Unfortunately, not all that much because Nugget has found a second. I don't know if they're going to clear out Cubby. The nade does so. Finding a first is Monkey Man Sam, but a second, all they will find. A 3v2 as it stands, and this Prowler, or the Haunt, my apologies, is everything. It actually doesn't find anything.
No, it's just gonna hold kind of in no man's land, and this is because Augustana are saying, hey, we gotta get out of here, right? We lost a lot, but I mean, there's only so far that you can go, right? You're not gonna go B for the time being, but the spike is currently right by
30
the
seconds
teleporter,
left.
so you could try and make a break for it. It's gonna be very obvious. Don't get me wrong. It's gonna be extremely obvious. Oh, do you catch this? Yes, you do. Ethan is down, and not light skin. Very happy about that current pick. 2v2 here. With about 15 seconds left. You gotta make a break for this. Eyes are open. This is Lakeland Muskie is saying, hey, on the spike, we're gonna try and chase into A here. But that's gonna be a quick 2K. Making it a 4 on top. Nugget here in the pistol round. Next off with 4 of a kind.
Yeah, it was chaotic as well for Augustana because they almost brought that back. It was a 5 versus 3, I will remind you. A clean double from the pocket did bring it back, but not as much as they would have liked. It was Lakeland to close it out, notably Nugget to really pull it off. Ethan with the only kill other than Nugget's 4K. That's exactly what you're looking for if you are the Lakeland Muskies, is prime pop-offs from your duelist, really the reason they pick that agent.
Yeah, that's the whole reason you pick it, right? If you're not getting kills, what are you doing, right? It's, well, I mean, either that or
Impersonating
death,
me.
one or the other, right? That's, oh, don't beat yourself up that much. That's,
Self-berms, those are rare.
That's my job. That's my job. I thought we talked about this light. That's my job.
Oh, that's my bad.
Right now, on B side, though, your love of this B side flank, and they're going to try this. And again, with the shorty here, this is going to be fun. Bink might not enjoy this. Binky, you got to be a little bit careful. Oh, look what he says. Hey, listen, Shaka made you work at close range, but mid-range, the Spectre.
You know, I feel like that's a decent trade in all fairness. Bink does elevate themselves. Seems like they're aware of it. Gets dinked, but still finds the kill. A double and a clean one at that. They'll use the healing orb, get up to about 90 HP, give or take, and look to re-aggress. A clean play, by the way, to drop Slick Vic, even though that Viper did indeed pick up that orb. A kill is a kill, and now for the attacking side, they're going to look to pivot. Unfortunately, they're pivoting to the wrong site. There are 3, almost 4 players on this A side, all 3 of which are holding across towards the site itself. No easy way in for the lack of weaponry on the attacking side.
Yeah, And I talked about this, right? I like the fact that you do have a floater. You have someone
30 seconds
consistently on the rotate, and it's working, right? Ethan goes ahead, picks up a
One
2K,
enemy
looking
remaining.
for a few
Spike
more. And,
down
I mean,
A.
it should be in their favor. Lakeland Muskies, of course, already have those gun advantages, and Augustana College Yellow are going to go ahead and have some trouble. Soren finishes off with a headshot on the not light skin, and it is a flawless second round for the Lakeland Muskies.
Exactly what they're looking for as well. 2-0 already. A flawless second means it's a full bonus heading into the third. They do not have to buy a single rifle to make up for a lost SMG. Spectres across the board is a perfect scenario for them to be in, because worst comes to worst, they lose this, do a little bit of economic damage, and then move forward. If they win, they've basically just broken the economy of their opponents. It's a real trade-off heading into a bonus. You get the general idea. We usually beat the bonus round into the dirt most of the times we pop on the cast. Apologies again for the technical issues. Again, the Atlantic Ocean exists. Large bodies of water plus feeds traveling across them is never a good combination.
Yeah, Crab was having a little bit of fun on that cable down at the bottom of the ocean.
Oh,
Just
yeah.
Sip, sip, sip. Not a very fun one. There are some fantastic videos of that. But getting back to the game at hand here, so far 2-0, and I have to say extremely clean from the Lakeland Muskies. To give it a little bit of an idea, both these teams, it was very interesting when I was taking a look at the match scores. So Augustana College Yellow, in their series against UAH Yellow, it was a win in their first map, 13-11, then they proceeded to lose the next two. For Lakeland Muskies, it was the exact opposite. They lost the first game and then proceeded to run the next two. So kind of the inverse on both ends. So I'm very, very curious if this is going to translate again, if this is almost like the precursor, right? Oh my lord, whoever wins this one won't win the next two. I would love to see it, but so far Lakeland Muskies have looked clean, right? To go ahead and grab the first round in that fashion, you know, with Nugget getting a 4K, and then a flawless second gives me a little bit of information that Lakeland Muskies might be a little bit more on point here, right? The shots are hitting very, very appropriately, and they aren't worried about taking some of those challenges.
I think the other impromptu position that they were pushing themselves into is the fact that they were playing around not only confidence, but caution. While, yeah, they knew they could take the fights, they were also cautious in the fact they didn't want to over-aggress with the weapon advantage, because you over-aggress, you are sent into possible stacks or rushes, and you lose the aforementioned weapon advantage. You could give over a free Spectre, maybe even a free rifle, should the opportunity present itself. Of course, they didn't have one in that round, but it's still an applicable conversation where they know when they can and cannot push. That's such a great asset to have for a defensive squad of which has been so successful already. That's a good recipe to continue said success.
Yeah, now the idea for the side of Augustana is they get the pushing power, right? In the first two rounds, first round, yeah, it's a toss back one way or the other. Second round, yes, it's inevitable. You're going to run up against a heavier gun duelist, and then you're going to have to check the other way. And it looks like we are getting underway. And it does look like Augustana have done just that. They went ahead, won the bonus round, and it feels good to do so. The question is, can they do it again? Right now, Nugget, though, going to line up for one. Gets headshot before Monkey Man Sam swings two. Hansen is going to take out Not Light Skin. It's down to a 3v3. This is actually looking quite good for Augustana. They're pushing into this A site, and it's a 3v2. Considering the fact that Lakeland Muskies are just now rotating their stage.
Yeah, they finally get across. Hansen lucky to be alive for the time being. 11 HP after the incendiary lands. They're rotating in through lamps for this retake. They have Monkey Man Sam back from the pistol playing in that pocket. In goes the Snakebite, but it's just too little too late as Monkey Man Sam too far away as well. 50 HP, all that remains as they pop on the spike for the time being. They do have the swarm grenades on the spike, but there's not enough time on that spike for them to try and stick those. Yeah, they have the lockdown available, but the shot lands for Bink, and Ethan can pop on the spike itself. It'll be a third round victory here for Lakeland. While yes, they lose the bonus round victory, they're able to buy up into the fourth round of play and win it in such decisive fashion.
I will say this for as long as I cast Valorant or watch it, it always feels like fourth round is really where the game kicks off, right? Fourth round, it feels is like where Valorant actually starts, because that's where the big guns come out. The first three rounds, whatever. And I understand that's not true. Don't get me wrong. I understand my thinking is extremely flawed. But that fourth round is where we get to see the meat and potatoes of how these teams are going to cut out, right? Guns should be online. Guns should almost always be online at that point. Everyone should be fighting, and we're seeing that here. Augustana now moving towards those Stingers, which just recently got buffed. It is now seen as a fairly okay save round buy. they're going to give it their best shot. Of course, Slick Vic realizes that this B side might not be the territory they want to go for. They're going to look a little bit more towards mid, so trying to shake things up.
Bringing in different calls for Augustana is something I like to see. A didn't work. It probably worked in the previous round because the fact they had the weapon advantage. In goes the Tiger. It's not going to find all that much. Bing's going to elevate themselves again on their own wall. I like the dynamic play on verticality from the Sage. And this is not something that you'd see completely out of the blue, but they've read it. Apparently somebody's been watching their VODs. They drop Bing through the wall, but don't find the kill, nor enough damage. A double from up above, as apparently the high ground is all important there, Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Listen, you may watch the reels as much as you want to, but, I mean, sometimes the fingers just ain't fast enough, so you go ahead, grab 2, and Binky is feeling great here. Monkey Man Sam was able to take one from Paul Hansen. He's going to follow up, and Nugget and Binky finish it off. Nugget going ahead and grabbing one away. Could have been a 4K for Binky, but Binky closing out with 3K, and so far, Lakeland Muskies feeling real good. And calling a timeout on the defender side, so after that round win, the Muskies say, hey, we want to take a little short break, and I mean, I'm not exactly sure what reason that could be for.
I guarantee you it's a bathroom break.
Oh, you know, that's fair, actually. That's fair.
That may not actually be the case, but it would be really funny if it was. They call a timeout, and it's not their coach to call a timeout. I believe they are the team without the coach, if I saw the agent select correctly. Augustana Yellow has the coach. But Lakeland, at this point, they just won. Maybe it's a call of, hey, last gun round out, it was closer than we would have liked. This time around, we want to make sure we know what we want to do. There are 3 ultimates on the board for them, notably that Nightfall, so they may decide to actually fall off the site and play for retake, considering the Nightfall being available alongside the Showstopper. Both of those create so much space, and one of them being as lethal as it is, could really change the course of a post-plan.
It really could, and I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm very, very excited, but it's not so much Lakeland's side. I need to see Augustana come awake here, right? This is their gun round once again, right? Vandals are out, and they're going to be sprinting hard for it. You have the lockdown, which, granted, it's not great on bind, right? Too many openings, you can really work around that lockdown as much as you want. The Viper's Pit, though, is the one that I'm really, really curious about. I want to see that Viper's Pit used perfectly and ecstatically, depending on which side you want to go for. Augustana need to start making some personal space on one of the sites, and I mean, not Lightskin is the one that's going to try and chase it. Rocket Fuse is ready, and I mean, Showstopper, are you going to find anyone? Are you going to fire it off?
That's clear it!
And you fire!
No way.
And Hansen gets a free kill! Are you kidding me? 50-50 goes the way of Lakeland.
Oh, and the flash, it misses! They were putting down the lockdown, a perfect place from anti-flash, as Monkey Man Sam finds 2. The lockdown will create so much space on the site itself. However, this retake is still viable for the defensive side. The lockdown created all the space, but they didn't actually push onto the site itself. They took too long, so all that space that has been created has basically been nullified. The Showstopper being put forward, the Nightfall as well, but the Showstopper is just too little, too late. Monkey Man Sam decayed because of the Showstopper and sent back off the Nightfall, a 1v3 as it stands. Augustana leaves Rika in this 1v now 2. The Prowler finding a little bit of information off of that Nightfall. They want to swing towards mid where Soren relies, but that swing off both of them. It's Ethan to shut it down and Lakeland to win a 5th.
I mean, that's as clean as you can get at the end there. And I mean, Augustana, they tried, right? They tried their hardest. They tried to lay it all out on the line, and I mean, they got some results, but again, all you really used was that Showstopper and that lockdown, and both of those utilized for the single ultimate of Ethan. I want to point that out once again. A single ultimate from Ethan's side. I think Nugget went hard too, but I mean, it's the ultimate trade is so good from Lakeland's side, and I have to give you props. Right? I was completely wrong. I was saying Augustana needs to do some work, but it was Lakeland ultimates that really secured the deal. It was the counterattack of that Nightfall that secured their.
I do just want to point it out. I said they would be pivotal in a retake, and they were. And I know what's going on. All right, I'm here for it. I don't get to toot my own horn very often because I don't predict the future all that much, but had to be there. This is a save round for Augustana. They're sending themselves in with as much as, well, they can. A well-placed Seize will catch Slick Vic for the time being and deafen them, but they've taken too long to push, and Slick Vic not only has their sound back, but the ability to shoot, as the Sheriff does indeed land. A one-for-one trade to open things up, but the Cosmic Divide will force them back for the time being, and Augustana see the very big purple wall in front of them, of which they can't shoot through, and decide, we're gonna go somewhere else.
I mean, they can definitely try and head up this lobby area, but I mean, with that Cosmic Divide going down, Monkey and Sam, you gotta check this time around. Thorn, ready to go with a little bit of an orb and gets free. Are you kidding me? The discipline in waiting, and this is again why you gotta check your corners.
30 seconds left.
2 freebies over to Lakeland Muskies, and now Augustana are questioning everything that just happened. They're going to use the teleport to try and go through. Binky is going to get Soren back up. It's a 4v2. Augustana losing 2 off that rotate and finally dropping that Viper's Pit.
Well, the ultimate utilized. The Prowler lands, though, so the information was there. Unfortunately, the spray, not so much. This Viper's Pit, though, could be everything. Dust dies. A 1v4 for Slick Vic inside of their own Viper's Pit. 30 HP means a single shot will shut them down. Well, yes, they shoot the haunt. They were indeed scanned out and will fall because of it. Again, proper utility utilization from the defensive side gives them yet another round. They pick up not only the round victory, but they shut down the Viper's Pit in, well, such a prime position. It's another win for Lakeland, and Augustana seemingly has no answer. Luckily, that was a little bit of a save, but still.
It was a save. At the same time, it feels bad that you answered with that much, right? And granted,
Yeah.
Lakeland also expended a lot, right? You see all their ultimates. They expended the Resurrection, I think, their Cosmic Divide, as well as the Seekers, right? 3 ultimates for 1 on their side, on the other side of Augustana. So you can feel good about that, right? You can feel good that you have the Seekers on your side. But again, the overarching fact, the pressure of the fact that Augustana are consistently not getting these fights as well as they wanted to. And the second thing is not clearing your corners. This has bit them, I think, twice now, maybe 3 times, but twice that I've seen on stream. You're not clearing the corners appropriately. You're not checking these spots that you should be, especially with 2 or 3 people rounding the corner, right? Augustana feel like they're slipping in terms of tunneling on what they want to do and their current objective, whereas they need to be a little bit more open-minded. They need to start looking at all corners, all objectives, so they can start winning some of these gunfights, because I feel like if they actually took to some of these gunfights, it might change things up instead of like Lamuski's going, I got a free 2 pick, what else are we going to do?
And you're looking for aggression from Augustana off that conversation point you just brought up, and I feel like they're relying a little bit too much on their utility and allowing Lakeland to respond. They're taking too long to push off of said utility, and because of it, Lakeland are like, either, hey, let's rotate 3 players over, or B, hey, let's just shoot him back because we know how to reposition. It's good prep from the defensive side, but here comes the attack. This is what we were talking about, just sending it in. They have the Seekers, they have found at least 1 person, a second towards heaven, and they clear out the back side of 2. Here's the aggression we've been looking for.
Ooh, and it yields results. First blood, Slick Vic able to take 1. And again, they've been able to do that before, but Ethan is still on fire. Great picks on the top end, grabbing 2 on there, and Augustana are now stuck in hookah and having to rotate out. Yes, you get the first blood. This has been something Augustana have done quite well, but you still lose out on the firefight afterwards. My gosh, Ethan, the one on your screen, being an absolute menace.
Not only that, but they've dropped a spike outside of Hookah. With the Nightfall finding 2, they're well aware of the fact that there's at least 1 person in Hookah. They have rotated out, and with the time expired, they should have that information. The Haunt goes far enough to see down that Hookah long hallway as well, so the information now removed, but given over in the same right. Slick Vic does bring a kill back, so it's a true 3 versus 3, and 1 HP truly on Ethan, but they don't clear the close corner. A first bound, Soren with a second, they clear out that pistol as well. It's Bink to find the final straight through the smoke put forward, and it's a Brazil on the scoreboard as Lakeland Muskies make it 7-1.
Soren should not have lived there. I'm going to say that right now. This is starting to get to the fact that it is consistently someone on Lakeland Muskies being allowed to survive for way longer than they should have, right? Maybe 1. That's great. You get 1 on Soren's side. That should have been the end of it. That should have been a kill in response, right? Augustana are, again, just a little bit slow on the reactivity here, and even that the proactivity. So the idea is sound. Again, it feels like they have the playbook. It feels like they have the right ideas. Push in behind those Seekers, try and get the fights off. They're not checking. They're not being. They're not snapping to those team fights as well as we would hope. And now stuck into that save round. I mean, you're gonna do the best that you can here.
Lycan are looking really good in this game, by the way. And the early response there, even with a quick push from Augustana, you saw how many players rotated ever so quickly. There were 4 players on or directly outside the site in maybe 8 or 9 seconds, and with a well-placed stun from that Astra, allowing that rotate to come through, that made basically the round for Lakeland. Utility is ever so much undervalued in rounds, especially when it comes through early, but it's such a changing factor. Speaking of utility, there's a well-placed paint shell alongside a haunt that finds 2. That could be any more perfect.
Ooh. And Nugget, I think that was through the poison wall. I want to say that was a blind shot, and that is one that you're just like, hey, perfect, I'll take it. First blood over to Lakeland Muskies, and that causes them to scurry. They're not going to chase over into B. Binky again with the wall that was going to slow him down, and here's some of the hitter pattern. An immediate rotate from that fade is going to be good, but Binky gets split up here as Soren is ready to go, and this time, Augustana swings well, so it trades it into a 3v3. This is much better than we've seen Augustana play so far, and it's on Lakeland Muskies. Can they get something back? Nugget again finds a headshot on Rika. Ethan is going to swing in, grab one on the headshot. MS2 Dust is dead. It's all down to 1 player left. Monkey Man Sam, last one surviving and currently being hunted.
And there's no easy way to get in here either. That haunt put down means they can't immediately swing. They don't know where it is. Unfortunately for them, Lakeland all too familiar with Monkey Man Sam's position. They cleared out Garden, they cleared out Hookah, and they were well aware of the fact that Elbow was unoccupied. Well, process of elimination gives you CT, the last possible option there for that Killjoy. 8-1 now the scoreline off of very well communicated plays from Lakeland, and a quick retake that really caught Augustana off guard. Spike plant and 2 kills in favor of Lakeland within 4 seconds of each other.
I mean, props up to Ethan and Nugget right now. These two have been powering their way through just about everything on the map. 22-7 between the 2 players, right? I just want to point that out. 22-7 between the 2 of them. They currently have a 3.0 or above KD ratio. That's ridiculous, right? Ethan's not going to stop at all. With this opener consistently dropping between B and A, keeping a majority share of Augustana kind of off the ropes here, it's going to work so well. And now we're going to hide 4 off in the back corner. Augustana College trying to push their way with all 4 members here in the B side, and it's just not working here. You got to take out Ethan. Can you do it? Another orb goes down, and more vision block tops, so they say, okay, cut our losses there. Augustana rotating over to A side.
The issue is they're doing so quickly as a team. Nuggets here and waiting for the push to come through. They missed that opening shot. Paint shell available should shut this push down and push them too far back. Rico, yes, they find one, but they're immediately shut down because of it. Ethan with a kill of their own off the back of a C's means Slick Vic is in a 1 versus 3. Their position all too known, and they have to peek into 3 different players, and at this point from 3 different angles with a flank coming through as well. Soren makes sure that does not have to come through. It's 9 almost straight for Lakeland. The only round they haven't won is the bonus, and that's a round you're supposed to lose.
Yeah, you can even see it in the econ, right? Multiple members sitting on 6K and above. This feels great for Lakeland Muskies, and I give credit to Augustana. The last few rounds after that, after the timeout that they took, it's felt more synergistic, right? They felt a lot more together in a lot of their pushes, even though they're losing, right? Even though they're losing, they felt a lot more coordinated, right? Okay, are we pushing all together? Great, push as a team. Are we swapping to, are we rotating to another side? Good, rotate as a team. That's great. But Lakeland Muskies have now shown that this is not just a, we got lucky 1 or 2 times. Muskies are just better at aiming, better at getting those early frags. Just like that, a little tap to the head, you can see it. Binky going, yeah, give me all that damage. Give me more damage, more and more pressure right there. And Augustana College are just like, we tried this, now we got to rotate again as a squad out into another option.
Luckily for Augustana, they do have the Sky, so the Overgrowth has been utilized, and even though the Phantom Dink had been found, it's been nullified at this point. One from Ethan, they have now been shut down. Dust gets a refrag and is now down to 50 HP because of it. The aforementioned Sky off the board, as is Slick Vic, your controller, at least one of the two, gone as well, as Augustana continue to just lose gunfights. Soren sitting inside a tube, and Bink there for the assist on the backside of CT. This is looking perfect once more for Lakeland, and there's seemingly no answers. Finally, there's some aggression, but it's not coordinated, and unfortunately, they're just not pushing together. It's Bink with a double, looking for a third, finally a shutdown. It's not Light Skin to finally remove them from contention, but with 46 HP, 20 seconds, and the spike not in hand, they have to win a 1v3 and a near impossibility.
Impossible. Not completely out of the realms, but Hansen makes sure that it is shut down at just a possibility. 10-1 is the current score. Lakeland Muskies are on the verge of finishing off this half at an 11-1 stance. If they're able to do that, all they have to do is win a pistol and win the anti-eco. That is all they need. That would be all they need to go ahead and close out what would be their current fastest game of the season. Their current fastest is 13-5. They finished 13-5 on week 1 over SIUE White. If they were able to win the next 3 rounds here, it would be considered the fastest round or fastest game for them. And Hansen wants to make it an actual success. Slick Fig taken out.
All right, can I make a vote? SIUE is Southern Illinois University. Can we just rename them to SUI?
SUI. I feel you got to put it up to them. They might either crucify you or say it's okay. I think that's what's going to happen here.
It depends on whether they've seen the numerous videos Lightskin looking down at the worst possible time, does still get the kill, goes in with the showstoppers, probably going to send that towards heaven, actually. No, a quick rotate coming through. Bink throws down the slow orb, is a little late on it. The showstopper does not land, most importantly. The return does. Looking for a double. Nugget will not find it. Is indeed shut down. The lockdown as well to create more space for the attacking side, but there's a flank coming through, and they may not know it. Both players looking towards that backside, but Ethan has the operator in their back pocket, and a Nightfall as well. A 2v2 retake finally coming forward, but it's another ultimate utilized.
I mean, it feels like that last-ditch effort with the orbital strike. My namesake being used just to create a little bit of safety. MS2 does. Oh, you're getting locked in the back corner. Ethan was ready with the final shot. It is going to be 11 rounds to Lakeland Muskies to finish off the half.
Is such a smart play. I love to see that from Bink. Not only do they use the wall to create space and really nullify that Brimstone from the fight, but it's also used to gain information. They were relatively aware of the fact that Brimstone is waiting towards lamps, but they wanted to make sure. And the Brimstone does one of two things if that wall goes up. Number one, they run around towards the backside of default using their sprint key, or just W in this case, if you don't use shift to run. And they make noise. Or number two, they shoot out the wall and definitively give away their position and allow Ethan to lock it down with that operator. 17-3, by the way, for that fade. Did they mention a fade nerf on the test server by any chance? Because they at least need an Ethan nerf. This guy's insane.
It's increasingly obvious that Ethan is going ham right now. This is the show that will be occurring for right now as we get into this pistol round. For Lakeland Muskies, they're hoping to continue on their upwards trajectory. Augustana College, though, are hoping to start things off on the right foot. This is a little bit of a interesting topside fade. This is going to be a little bit of a question if that does get value. Not Lightskin, though, hiding inside of the container, waiting for the B side for a couple other members to rotate. Not Lightskin, though, gets one. Hansen is going to finish off that one, so it's a 1-for-1 trade. Rest of the team is in, but they are quite low. Gotta get a couple dinks, though, if you're gonna try and make it work.
Way.
Monkey Man Sam gets a great swarm kill, and that does stop the spike planter. What a play to slow down the push of Lakeland Muskies, and it's now down to a 4v3.
Not only are there well-placed swarm grenades, but the false sense of security they were lured into, because the first one went off and didn't do any damage, they tried to plant on the other side of that default box and then rotate away. but the second Nano Swarm was there, and now they have to rotate away entirely towards this A side, but they're doing so a little bit late. And with that, here comes the rotation. All 3 players here for this Augustana rotate and defensive side. Hansen will find one. It's Ethan actually to find that kill, but it's the pistol round victory, the all-important one at that for Augustana College Yellow, as they pick up their second round on the game.
And this buy right here is very, very important, right? They are hoping to hold this out for Augustana. The reason being, the only reason I would say this buy round for once is extremely important on how they play it. They don't want to buy crazy, right? We did see the Marshall in there a little bit, which would be a chancy play in and of itself. But if they win this round, if Augustana win this this anti-eco, that's great and all, but you have to realize the guns need to carry over into the third round as well, right? For Lakeland Muskies, all you need to do is win one and you're on game point. So Augustana, they need to buy up guns they feel will be able to translate well into that third round, and try not to let Lakeland win that bonus round. That's your whole game plan. You don't want to be set on 12-3 or 12-2 or whatever it is. So we'll see how this plays out. Slick Vic, though, just opening up with a full clip into that A short position.
See now, I have a 200 IQ idea here, Orbital. They know they only need 2 rounds, so instead of actually trying to win this round, what you do is you just give them the entire round, and a flawless one at that. So you force them to basically keep their Spectres over instead of forcing a few players to possibly buy rifles, and give yourself a significantly higher likelihood of winning the following round. That's like 4D chess moves. But I honestly feel like it could work. I do. I feel like it could work.
That would be the ultimate macro game, right? Like that's a whole different level of playing the macro. And Ethan also doing the macro, carrying over the extra pistol just to get another clip in there. I mean, they're trying, but I would love to see someone actually take your idea to give an understanding of that, as it might just happen anyway, right? Not Lightskin get the paint shell kill, and Slick Vic is gonna take Bink Slipe. I mean, it just might happen that way. MS2 Dust is going to clear out Thorin, and Not Lightskin takes out Nugget. So Ethan is able to take one. Slick Vic will buy back into that round with hopefully some better guns, but you're looking for a bit more. The Spectre in hand, MS2 Dust, I'm sure spotted Ethan's shoulders, so they have a good idea. Here in Lamps, I mean, it's understandable. A little bit of a swing. Rika able to pick up that headshot.
Yeah, best case scenario there for Ethan, you do a little bit of more of economic damage, or technically worst case, considering the point I just brought up. I don't know how you want to look at that one, but it was Augustana to win it out, and they did indeed see the shoulder, did Dust, so Rika had the information to work off of as well, and Dust was able to rotate and really pincer maneuver with their Sky and shut that down. Ironically, the 2 bottom fraggers cleaning house in the final part of that second round. But here's, as you mentioned in the first half, where the rubber meets the road. A Bulldog bought up, as Lightskin will be given that, and Slick Vic goes to that Stinger. But it has to be a win here for Augustana, or they have to be perfect for the remainder of this half for the game to just keep going.
That's a question that I don't think they want to put to the test here. Ethan going ahead, opening up with a little bit of a peek down A short.
I'll find you.
Want to see and spot something. A little bit of poison goes up as well. So Donna going ahead, trying to lay waste to that information game here. A hard chase coming in from Lakeland Muskies though, just saying, hey, sights on us. Nugget takes out Rika, and it's now Augustana College trying to dance to their own tune. Can they find it? Nugget finds Dust. And just like that, it's a 3v5. Already Lakeland Muskies feeling real good about this.
I'm not gonna lie to you, I think that's the round. I do not think that there's going to be a retake here. At minimum, they'll try it, but I just don't think it's gonna be successful. Your Bulldog is your greatest piece of weaponry up against a full buy on the attacking side, of which still has utility remaining. Lightskin does find one, but that's all they'll pick up. Monkey Man Sam and Vic both walking through the Lamps position. Do they clear the second player? They do indeed. It's a 2-for-1 trade inside of the Lamps specifically, and Vic has picked up a Vandal. They're looking to clear boxes. The swing from Bink dinks them down to 7 HP, but they still have to find both players, and both of which reside in the exact same position. Bink plays around the one-way smoke with a poison cloud and puts the Lakeland Muskies onto map point already.
Already there. It's going to be a game that they're going to enjoy very, very well. And again, for Lakeland Muskies, they want to make it one of their faster games as well, right? Still just 2 rounds short of that 13-5 that we could be seeing. That was their fastest game so far. For Augustana College, though, they have bought up appropriately. So this is the most even that you're going to have. 2 members on either, or 1 member on either side also with light armor. That'll be not Lightskin and Soren rocking with that Lighty. I mean, might not make too big of a difference. You go ahead, shoot the head a few times, and you're happy about breaking that open. Lakeland Muskies, though, saying A site is going to be their best chance at taking this round. And for Augustana, playing a 3-2 with a lot of utility on B, this might be a great choice for the Muskies.
Bray, that's information. Vic is naded and pushed out of position as well. Hansen grabbing that orb inside of the showers, and you can see likely they're prepping this push. The Canadian Tiger has found a decent bit of information in towards mid, but they want to quickly. Lakin with this information are just trying to send it forward, and they want to hold W with the Seekers being dedicated as well. The swing towards showers, using with that Viper, they lose the fight. It's Hansen to pick it up as they look to aggress onto the site.
Oh, not Lightskin found a very rare boombot kill. That is, I believe, due to the fact that the Rays are certainly hiding, and Monkey Man Sam and not Lightskin steal away to a nasty way to keep themselves in this game.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but my feed is lagging, so I'm a little bit farther behind you. I'm just now seeing the defuse be picked up by the Killjoy, so I will get an update for you as to how to remedy said situation. That's why I was like, wait, why am I so far behind when you were like, boombot kill? I'm like, wait a second, they just got the kill on the Vic.
It's you know, I can see the future just like you, right? Except I'm not predicting it, I'm calling it, right? Does that make sense? I don't think it does. Oh, okay, perfect. Thank you. For someone that has cast with me for way too long, you understand my diswired brain, or my jumble of wires in there. Oh, man. Timeout coming in here for Vink. And for the Lakeland Muskies, I mean, I feel like this is just a calmer, right? Saying, hey, we lost one, that's fine. We still have plenty of game to play. I mean, all you really need is one good round, and I mean, a couple ultimates should shear that away. For the Muskies, though, they also don't want to make it too easy for Augustana to roll back, right? They were currently sitting at a 12-3. Augustana fighting back extremely hard. For the Muskies, you want to be able to move into map number 2 with a solid score. You don't want to make it a 13-11 at the end. You want to close it out at a 13-5, 13-6, you know? It's something more of a pride factor, you know, getting that momentum on your side.
My vote is still, unfortunately, for Lakeland. I hate to be the bearer of bad news to Augustana, but at this point, you're looking at a 12-4 scoreline, and this timeout from Lakeland really coordinating their efforts. I'm a little surprised they call it in this round, not the following, because it's an eco. This is not a round you're at least looking to pick up, but it's still certainly a possibility. Think looking to address quickly, as is apparently the rest of Lakeland. Here comes the W hold. I don't know if this will be as successful as I think they're hoping, but I still vote they probably should have called the timeout next, and the lockdown, unfortunately, should shut them out as well.
It definitely should. Very easy to do. Not Lightskin going ahead and flatlining 3 before falling on their own. Monkey Man Sam saying, hey, I can do the same. Don't worry. That's going to be a shot to the head, and one last one just kind of running around in there. Yeah, that's hiding in the back lines. Monkey Man Sam makes it a full house of frags. Augustana College go ahead and contain their 5th as we head into the second gun round of the half.
Now, here's where Lakeland are looking to shut things out. It is a gun round this time around for them, and I feel like we are just counting down the minutes, or in this case, the rounds for them. But Augustana, at minimum, they're building some momentum into map number 2. And that being Fracture is such a momentum-based map, no matter whether you start on the attack or defensive side. But, well, this map's not over just yet. Augustana can bring the clutch forward. Now 7 rounds required to send us to overtime. Not an impossibility, but where I start to count them really into things is when they reach 9 or 10 rounds and they really start to threaten.
Scary thought, of course, but it's a ways off right now. Rika hiding off on the back end, but Lakeland Muskies are going to have to be a little bit worried again in the back line. You can see on the minimap there a little bit of a lurker on the far back side. So on the safe side push, we're going to wait for Lakeland Muskies to hide out here in showers and see what they can do. The Viper's Pit goes out. Augustana corralling them into a spot that they're choosing. The team, though, are going to fall back, and they are going to be met with the potential danger here. Ethan trying to find a frag, but can't make heads or tails of it. Just gets a little bit of tag damage and following the rest of the group out.
Oh, not Lightskin so far forward, though. Look how far forward they are on that B side. They are well aware of the fact that B is completely unoccupied from the attack. The Cosmic Divide's being prepped, though, and Lakeland know what they want to do. That being hold W on towards that A side. Guiding Light on towards the site itself, but there is a Viper's Pit to deny them for the time being. The Prowler should have gained information as to Rico's positioning as well. They will push forward, but they don't find anything. And the question is, do you continue to wrap onto A, or do you go around back towards that B side? They're planning on the back side at default, as Slick will find the first one. The wall to make sure they're safe for the time being. Nugget also catches dust on the backside of that Viper's Pit. It's a 3v3 for the retake, but all of this defensive side's already here.
They are trying to pinch down as hard as possible, and Ethan and Soren take one apiece. And now it feels a bit dire. Rika spotted out in the top corner, gets a swing on one. Can you get the other angle? You need to reload with only one bullet in your clip. Can Rika do it? Can Rika pull off the hero moment of hero moments? And right now, it's not going to happen. Bink goes ahead, closes out 13-5, tying the shortest game they've had before. I mean, they'll make it a very happy one. The Lakeland Muskies move up 1-0 in this series.
That's a map they needed to pick up quickly as well. When you're that far forward so early on, the more rounds you give away, the lower your momentum drops. There's levels to the momentum of each team, and you could see Augustana was reaching up there, and, well, the levels were equaling out. They weren't entirely, considering it was still 12-5, but a 13-5 victory is good for the momentum for them to push forward. A quick victory on Bind, really setting the tone going into Fracture.
Yep, and we'll have to see if Augustana College Yellow, if Fracture is more their own pacing. I do believe I might be crazy. I think that's their map pick. Let me go ahead, double check here. No, actually, so Bind was Augustana College Yellow's pick, and for them to lose that one does mean Lakeland Muskies are going into this next one at a little bit of an advantage. For Fracture, if they practice it, it's gonna be their own. So we'll have to go ahead and see. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the second map of this series.
They'll love you, I promise.
All right, and we are back, ready to go for our second game of the day, or not second game of the day, I should say our second game of the series, because we are cruising through this so far. Lakeland Muskies have seemed so dominant, 13-5 on that last map on Bind, and now as we move into Fracture, their map pick, Augustana College, are going to have to try and pick things up a little bit to see if they can stay in contention or risk going 0-2 on the league.
You know, I'm very glad you said Augustana because I honestly forgot. We were told by Carol during the break, our observer and an amazing staff member here at NECC, that it is pronounced Augustana, not Augustana. Apologies for that for anybody who does go there. Promise we'll correct it heading into Fracture. Speaking of Fracture, the more unique maps in the pool where the defenders spawn in the middle, attackers on either side, technically one side, and then they can go to the other side. But into the game itself, Any predictions coming into this in terms of agent selection, full agent compositions? I feel like we're going to see another Brimstone, maybe, and I'm going to say hesitantly a Viper, but I feel like it's going to be Astra and Brim on the board.
I would say so. I do hope to see the Fade again because Ethan was honestly a masterclass on that. It was very fun to watch. However, we do see the Brimstone. We also see a Breach on the side of Lakeland. The interesting fact, though, is they're going quite heavy on the almost duelist side. Hansen, if that's actually locked in, okay, it's locked in.
Yeah.
This is extremely aggressive, and I can understand why, right? On Fracture, it does feel like it's much more lenient, or at least much more favored in terms of those that are willing to react a little bit more snappy, a little bit more aggressive, and a little bit more on the beat instead of, playing for the macro. However, this is as aggressive gets, I feel.
Yeah, and Neon's more into the meta nowadays because of that movement ability that she has, but I feel the one note I want to bring up is Augustana bringing in the old classic of KO and Breach as a combination on towards Fracture. That was the #1 composition, as it used to be when Fracture originally came out, but it's transferred more into information game, so you'll see Sova every so often, but the #1 initiator pick on this map is now Fate, with Brim being brought forward as well, but Breach usually being that secondary initiator. You see that Chamber as a mirror on both sides, and the Raze Neon as a flip between them, not too out of the ordinary, but it really indicates that both teams want to play aggressive. It's just Lakeland want to play with a little bit more information.
And for Lakeland, I think they're going to be very happy about that, right? Again, with the win on their first map on Bind, which was not even their map pick, it does feel like they're just kind of going into this very confidently. This feels like a lot of the comfort picks are being brought out here, and feeling like it should be brought to attention that they are going to play this very aggressively. They're on the attacking side first. Last time they were on the defensive and were able to push and feel very confident that way, but on the attack, these agents lend itself to such an attack-sided style. It should open up the fact of fast pushes, of this aggressive movement, and it seems like they're going to give it their best shot here. Augustana Collegiello, though, are able to catch 4 inside of that choke point, but Slick Vic even opens up on Soren. Slick Vic, with that beautiful headhunter, takes 1 away to kick things off.
That's the opener they needed as well. The Brimstone down. They did drop the Stim Beacon before falling, but there go your smokes, as they would have initiated with them. Monkey Man Sam backing up for the time being. Flash through, but it misses. It goes off that close wall, not off the box. They do swing off the back of it. Lightskin up above will find one. They don't look down, so they are not fully cleared out, but it's a 2v2, and they'll look to pressure onto the site itself. Lightskin pops on towards that rope, and it's a 1v1. It's Dust up against Hansen's Neon, who's now stuck in the back corner. They have to peek, and they're looking to do so. They have the classic for the long range, but it's not looking good now for Dust. They do pick up the Ghost to try and equalize. Hansen lucky to be alive.
Molly.
Oh no, that is such a mean molly. And Hansen says,
Wow.
hey, you shot the molly, and for that, you pay the price. Well timed by Hansen to get away with 28 HP.
Yeah, and they're playing off the sound cue. That's a really smart play from Hansen. They heard that incendiary bounce, and you have about a second, give or take, between throwing out that Molotov and the incendiary and then picking out your weapon. It's about 750 milliseconds, give or take. There's an exact number somewhere on fandom for the game, but it takes too long when you're in that close of a scenario, and you really have to shoot it and back away. Unfortunately, it does not happen, and Dust dies. Nice swing from Hansen and a clean pistol round from Lakeland. It could have been chaotic, but they are able to bring it back.
Yeah, 2 out of control here, but for right now, Not Lightskin is about to make it very entertaining. Shots go around the corner, but Lakeland say, yeah, this is our round to take, and Hansen is going to make sure it stays that way. Slick Vic, who last time had a headshot with that headhunter, not going to find it too quickly. This time, with a little bit of a slide in dip, Hansen goes ahead and takes the 3K.
Yeah, unfortunately, looking at the floor there and shooting out the legs with that Shorty is not the easiest thing in the world, nor is it the most lethal, and you're not gonna put a clothesline around somebody's ankles with that weapon in hand, unfortunately. It costs them not just the round, it doesn't cost them the round, it just costs them a kill and maybe a little bit of economic damage. But again, we see Lakeland not only win the pistol, but that secondary conversion round as well. They're looking into the bonus once more with Spectres across the board, just as we saw back on Bind. I'm getting a little bit of deja vu here, Orbital.
Just a little. Just a little. Not too much deja vu, but it's definitely getting there. And right now, with the gun round coming out, we actually get to see if Augustana will take that bonus round. They did last time, but let's see how they do it. Right now, Lakeland Muskie is already entering into this with a little bit of low HP, 30 on Nugget, who decides to swing a little bit too close to the angle, but Ethan is able to get the revenge kill. Rika is taken out in a 4v4. It's split 2-2 on either side. This is going to be the big question mark. Look at the top side. Dust is able to find Soren's life, though. And that's a catch that you are very happy about here. 3v4, Augustana College with 4.
Dust finds the kill before the flash pop, so they peeked a little bit too early. Hansen also caught with that 0 point, means they have to back away, and they not only give away the sound cue, but the dead information that they were on the arcade side, or sorry, on the main side of things. They rotate towards the arcade side with the sound. Slickvic now re-aggressing. They turn towards the Prowler and immediately back the heck away. They were getting pincered from that far side of Dish as well, but now with Lakeland, with 3 players around Dish, do they continue with this aggression off the sound cue of the orb, or do they go back to B? It seems to be the former with this current push.
For them, for Lakeland, it feels like a lot of their strength has been in getting around some of these utility pieces and just kind of taking those gun duels as quickly as possible. And Augustana are doing the exact opposite, right? Trying to utilize those pieces of utility, and that's something that I think we've highlighted over and over again. It feels like Augustana is hit heavily on their utility, because when you get into gunfights like this, it feels like Lakeland has the advantage. Now with the plant going down here, Lakeland Muskies are going to go ahead and be in a 2v3. Light skin hiding around the corner. Beautiful shot to take out Pink. Now Ethan inside of the smoke. He's going to try and hide away. Great shot to go out. Can you get another? No, you can't. Sam is going to finish that one off, and it leads to the bonus round going to Augustana's favor, but not without its own casualties.
There's a quick reaction from Monkey Man Sam as well. Exactly what they were looking for. Yeah, you lose 1 player. Not the end of the world, though. They should still be able to buy up here. It will be 2 rifles saved over. A Marshall picked up as well. You see the Vandal bought up by Not Light Skin. They'll have secondary shields. Slickvic will almost certainly just go Headhunter or pick up an SMG. I'm not really sure the call here for the Chamber, but across the other side of the board, Lakeland, yeah, they lose the round, but that was their first gun round, and they got the spike planted, so extra credits across the board for the team means they can fully reinvest. It's looking pretty good for Lakeland coming into this. They have a clear and concise advantage. It's just now a matter of whether they can win the round off of it.
They are going to hope that they can. Guns are out, though, as we do get a cheeky move into B main. Seems like that's going to be the call here, as it's a very deep spread from Lakeland, right? This has not been attempted so far. Normally, it's a default spread out between A and B to test the waters. With all 5 players fading over to the Lakeland side, Soren is going to call it out, and it's an immediate rotate. Augustana reading that perfectly and saying, hey, we got to move ourselves. Hansen currently on site, ready to go to defend against, and Augustana all corralled inside of the B canteen, and Lincoln, that's a bit of a question mark there. What?
They just rendezvoused away with the spike in hand. I think they meant to drop that before sending themselves in, and they die because of it. Down goes that spike. They'll use the null command to try and re-aggress on this defensive side. Straight through the smoke they go, looking for a backstab, and they find it. Bink down. The spike not retrieved either. It's sitting on the site, and Lakeland have flubbed it. Ethan and his counterpart have now been split dead even between them. It's Soren towards the main side. A 2v4, each of them requiring a minimum of 2 kills or a clear and clutch victory for them is a requisite. They've now found those 2 kills, but Ethan's in a 1v2 now, and they're also stunned up with the fault line landing, which is 15 seconds left and 9 HP. It's almost certainly a save here for the Fade, and as they start to run away, it is indeed Augustana win the first true gun round and start to tie things up, and quite literally do. Probably should have picked up that ult orb, though, but Ethan?
I mean, doesn't want to give away the sound, right? Doesn't want to give that away and lose a gun. But I think he called it out right? Lakeland This is not a round that Augustana won, and I hate to say this, it's not one that they won on their own, you know, on their own strengths, right? It really was Lakeland giving it up, right? That was a huge mistake, letting it drop on the site, and I mean, that's one that you're very happy about cleaning up. What I will say is Augustana, they utilized that mistake properly. They were able to capitalize, they were able to take high advantage of it. But I do want to see them be able to win on their own once again. I want to see them be able to draw their own strengths and not rely on the mistakes of Lakeland Muskies. Because I don't think the Muskies are going to make that mistake again, right? Dropping the spike there, not getting the plant down or anything. I highly doubt that is going to happen again. So we'll see Lakeland here. They are going to hide away and go, yeah, pistols are out. We're kind of stuck with the situation. Let's see what we can do. That's going to be a blind, though, as, again, a great play out. Hansen diving in with the laser coming out. Beautiful kill number 1. Rika's going to cut that off at 1.
The overdrive only finding one, unfortunately. In goes the Roomba as well. They'll look to back away. A well-placed distraction. Slickvic lucky to be alive, but splitting the attention of the Neon is the reason they only found that singular kill. But speaking of splitting the attention, Augustana has fully rotated. Unfortunately for them, Lakeland nowhere to be found on that A side of the map. They're now rotating around towards B main, but again, they're taking too long. Rika should be able to push through this smoke, and they'll use the blast pack to do so. Around the backside of this triple box, they'll do a decent bit of damage onto Bink. They're being swung from that default position, faking the plant. It's Bink to give away their position. Finally, the refrag's there, and they'll get that spike down, but it's a true 3v3 as the retake now needs to come through, and it's already being prepped down through the underpass. It's not Lightskin to take out Soren. Down goes that Brimstone.
What a great frag to hang on to right now, and Nugget up in the high corner, just waiting it out in the tower and praying that the right pick. Off on the wings, though, in Arcade, you can see that that's the Fade hiding in that back corner. Ethan close it out, but in a 1v2, Ethan, the 1v1 is able to grab it. Now, with the Nightfall, he's gonna go ahead, try and send it out, gather a bit more, but not Lightskin is gonna get killed. Oh, stopped at the halfway point, and Ethan making this one difficult. Down to a 1v1. Are you gonna find it? It's already over, and Ethan able to clutch it out at 3. What a well-played fight, and Ethan once again, the one to watch, the clutch factor that you're happy to watch for, at the top of the scoreboard at 7-2-0.
Orbital, I want to stress how smart that was from Ethan, by the way. Yeah, they used the Nightfall. Yeah, it did the damage in terms of the decay and gave the information that both players were within that cone of efficacy for the Nightfall, but it also deafened them. That's one thing that you don't think of when you throw out the Nightfall from an outside perspective, but Ethan plays it to perfection, and they just hold down sprint. They walk straight across and don't give away a sound cue. It's like walking, but faster, because it gives away no information, but still gets you there in time. It was such a smart play to allow yourself to aggress off the back of your own ultimate, of which is an underrated part of said ultimate. They still win the fight, and both of them at that, because of the fact that they were allowed to back away. Just 200 IQ play, again, coming out from this Lakeland side. I love to see those kind of plays.
This has been one to watch so far, and now taking a look, it's the Muskies saying, hey, let's go ahead and let's have a bit more fun now, as it is extremely quiet once again. Through to force out. Dust said, give me that chance. Shorty in hand. I mean, you get one at least, and it brings all the happiness back to your face. Now it's going to be a chance coming out here. This is not Lightskin with the Marshall. Trying to send it as best as possible. Dances away and is now just going to take frantic snapshots. But the Muskies go ahead and decide, are they going to go for B? They are still chancing towards that way, but now dancing below their opponents. Hansen with the weapon slot that should be heard by the others, and not Lightskin is able to find Nugget. Of all things you find at the chamber. Muskie's not happy about that situation.
Shouldn't be either. Marshall, it hits that Prowler, and it actually hits a headshot as well onto Ethan. There's only 12 seconds left. They have to push quickly. They should be able to grab that spike and drop it down because the Neon is still on the board. A 3K, by the way, for that Neon, who rather is looking to lock down this mid position. Rika trying to re-aggress around that backside. The Aftershock a little late, though. Means that Bink can still get that spike down and take minimal damage. The fault line as well, allowing the swing with the Aftershock as well, means the Monkey Man Sam can't avoid it and dies because of it. It's a full house of frags as Bink picks up the final 2 off their Neon's opening 3, and Lakeland Muskies double up the scoreline of Augustana.
right now, it feels like the Muskies aren't playing so much as the hyperactive attacking side and, you know, really impressive of that sort. It's the clutch factor that's coming out for all these players, right? These players have all set up and just gone, hey, we are going to clutch out no matter where we have to go, and it's happened twice now, right? First with Ethan, and this time with Hansen, and I believe it was Bink, right? These two being able to pull off fantastic plays back and forth is a type of style that you always want in your players, because you know now, if they're able to make this a style of their own, that no matter what the situation is, your teammates are gonna find a way to make it one of their best. But that was not one of the best showings right there. I'm so sorry, but emptying a clip both ways before you get a kill, that's one you want to scrub from the highlight reels.
That was chaotic, to say the very least. They look to drop Nut Light Skin. The final pulse will go out from that null command, making sure no abilities will be allowed. Unfortunately, it's just too little too late. The Orbital Strike will indeed grab that chamber. No way out for Nugget, unfortunately. But it's still a 4 versus 3, and Soren is vacating position. Not only do they have a lineup for the Incendiary, they have the Orbital Strike available should they need to use it, and they may very well have to. With all of this retake coming through so coordinatedly at that, all three players up toward this have to be cleared out, and I think that Augustana know that.
Well, yeah, and they have to realize that what they just did to someone else is going to happen to them. Rika sends in a little bit of a bolt, and Soren sends in a kill on Monkey Man Sam. The trade kills back and forth do mean
they missed. No,
this is not going to be there, but the Molly, it did miss. This is going to be bad. Is it going to be clutch out? Is it clutch? It is clutch. 0.51, baby. That is the way you play it. Augustana College going, wasn't even close, baby.
Okay, so normally I'd say it's a great clutch from Augustana in this situation, but I'm not going to say that, and I'll explain why. Lakeland did not plant around the backside of the boxes, which is normally considered default in most scenarios because it protects you from 3 different angles of attack, whereas they planted in the back corner, and they forgot to communicate that to their Brimstone. You see that Incendiary go down towards default? It technically didn't miss. It hit where it was aimed. They just didn't plant the spike where it was aimed. And because of it, Augustana win the fight, technically, even though they don't actually get a kill on the back fight. That's unfortunate. That's what that is. I'm a little upset that Incendiary didn't land, because that should have been a round win for Lakeland. They played it well, they prepped it well, they just didn't plant the spike where the Brimstone thought and lose the round. Because of it, Dust should die there. Actually makes it out alive. Hot Light Skin, not so lucky.
Well, you know what? Muskies are a little bit pissed off about how the last round went. This time around, they're destined to do it right. Dust, though, says not even close. Hansen is going to go down here, down into the 4v4. You do lose a little bit of the lightning surge. Muskies are going to have to fight this one a little bit difficultly. Dust is able to grab a second. Ethan is down, and remember, Ethan, one of the major clutch factors for the team. 3v4, 3 left alive, and Nugget is able to find one before falling. 2v3, looking for a bit more. Bink trying to hold it off.
The Aftershock available. They'll try and use that Rolling Thunder to disallow that plant, but they're too late. The Incendiary's gonna land, but they're gonna get that spike defused. Again, it's late utility or miscoordinated utility. They had the Rolling Thunder available, but it's likely to be removed from the fight. Not only that, but they threw a Sky Smoke into Heaven, and they had the trip set up, but they forgot to clear Dust from the ninja position around the left side of the doorway. That's the reason Hansen died. They also didn't communicate the fact that Dust was sitting up there. Another reason that Ethan died around the backside of Arcade. It has been back-to-back rounds where Lakeland has shot themselves in the foot, and Augustana is taking full control because of it.
Mistake after mistake, and I said, you know, I was wrong in my statement that Muskies were not going to make a mistake again. I mean, we have to call it for what it is. You are correct. This has happened twice now, and now they let their back end get taken. Not Lightskin grabbing 2 headshots on Soren and Nugget. Ethan able to cut down on that issue, but Hansen able to grab Monkey Man Sam, and now down to a 3v3. Rika not able to land that shot and down to 57 HP. Mistakes upon mistakes upon mistakes on both ends. It's lending itself to a very chaotic 9th round.
3v3, as you mentioned. The question now remains, what's the call? They want to go towards B, which on paper and on the map is correct. They have to push tower, though, and they also have to make sure that Dust cannot go 2 for 1. The Haunt misses, so a lack of information will cost them on their push just a little bit, as they push not only under, but around the backside of Arcade as well. That relay bolt misses, as does that bolt line. The Nightfall, not so lucky for this defense. Hansen able to push forward. Even though they're low, they are able to still clear out that Brimstone, and the Prowler's able to push through that CT position as well. This spike should be planted because of all the information available for the attacking side. This is exactly what they've been looking for on the push. The question is, will the post plant be so lucky? I don't even know if a post plant's going to come through.
I mean, we said so often what should be done, right? We know what should be done. Does it happen? That's a whole different question in itself. It's a whole different beat. Right now, Bink, though, is going to get a shot on Reek, and it's down to a 1v2. Yes, this is what they wanted. Bink finishes it off. And Lakeland Muskies fight back to gain an upper hand once again. 5-4, which it feels like it should be 7-2, right? Like, it feels like it should be far more despairing, but it's just not. Augustana College only 1 round behind and forced once again into a save round.
It's back-to-back rounds that were lack of utility / communication for Lakeland that has cost them said rounds. Like you said, it could be a 4 or 5 round deficit rather than a 1 round deficit at this point. That's how impactful some of these round outcomes are, especially so early on in the game, because this sets the tone. Do you know how energetic Augustana had to be in those calls after those 2 round wins because of the fact that Lakeland just did not push forward as they needed to, or didn't use utility as they were required? That's gotta be hurtful, not only for Lakeland, but helpful, to say the very least, for Augustana.
This has been just a wild game, it feels like, considering what happened in game number 1. So we'll see if this timeout does what they needed, and it actually looks like so. I want to say that this is Vivarosa. I don't think they're currently in the game, so I think that's the coach calling it, if I'm not mistaken.
That's the coach. Yeah.
So just want to make sure of that. I want to make sure if I was seeing this right, you know, it's like, oh my gosh, I had a player change. No, so this is still very much in that same vein, and as we had talked about, right, you know, hey, why are you taking a little bit of a timeout? But you are correct, though. Ethan, though, goes ahead and mows down Dust. Monkey Man Sam takes Ethan's life out. There's a 1-for-1 trade here. Lakeland Muskies trying to fight back a little bit harder. Hansen charging in with the ulti, a little bit of line of sight with the lasers, and they're going to charge all the way to the back end. No shots out, though, as the entirety of the defensive is on that top rung. And it's going to be chased in. Hansen dies right in the middle for no reason, it feels like. And it causes enough chaos for Bink and Soren to pick up a kill apiece. Bink picks up a second. Slick Vic is going to finish it off, and Hansen says we are done. The chaotic ultimate did nothing but cause enough chaos for the rest of the team.
Hey, it worked. Talk about chaos. That's what Neon lives up to. If it works, I suppose go for it. They didn't have the information that there were 4 players about to peek through that dish vertical position, so in all fairness to them, I think they were just looking to aggress for aggression's sake, but it still was something you look at because we have the X-ray vision in all fairness. They do not. You're saying, oh my goodness, please do not do that. It's like watching a horror movie where you're like, please don't open that basement. Please do not open the basement door in which you just heard a scream from at 2 in the morning. Hansen still does it. Luckily, they stayed alive, and they had the overdrive activated anyway, so not a rifle in hand. Wasn't the end of the world, and they still win the round.
You know what? They thrive on chaos, and this time chaos helps them out, but Slick Vic says chaos yields to me. Nugget goes down here. Ethan ready to try and turn the tables here with the Odin in hand out of what feels like nowhere, just grabbing this massive machine gun here. Just cuz, you know, just cuz. Laying into that wall there. And they're going to try their best. Deep spread by Augustana, though. 2-3 with proper 1 in the middle. Feels like Lakeland are just going to hope for the best here. At this point, I'm pretty sure the Odin is about halfway through all the clips.
Have I ever given you this food for thought? It's called an LMG, but it's always put in the heavy section anytime you play a game. CSGO, Valorant. A light machine gun, but a heavy weapon. That's gonna keep you up at night. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah. Now it's just nope. That's all it's gonna be there.
Well, just food for thought. nothing really impactful in terms of outcomes of rounds or anything.
30 seconds
Aggression
left.
from Lakeland could become the outcome of this round. One on top as Heaven is locked down. Slick Vic finds one, is not shot out either, and they move away towards that rendezvous. They reposition
Down
below. The verticality in
One
terms
enemy
of
remaining.
that rendezvous, a unique way of playing the movement utility for the chamber. It's Bink at a 1v5. They find the first, but seemingly no
seconds left.
answer for the rest of this one. There's about 8 seconds between them and the round ending, and unfortunately still 4 players to find, and or the spike being planted. There's even a sky smoke between them and the site itself, and only 30 HP means they fall. Luckily, they fall before time expires rather than after, so the
Last
credit's
round
still
in
very
the
much
half.
there. But Lakeland, it was a weird round.
It's a
Again.
weird round, but we'll say it's them playing it a little bit more loosey-goosey, right? And I feel like this team, at least the way they're playing, is play aggressive on the attack and then really lock things down on the defensive, right? They have 6 rounds. You can say they've reached the mark that they need to for the time being. Yes, every single player, every single team wants to have a bit more, but they've done well, right? 6 rounds should have been more, but 6 rounds is the optimal number that you're happy to reach to get a good baseline started. And Augustana on their side, they're hoping to gain 6 themselves. Lakeland, if they're able to win this one, move to 7-5 and give themselves a little bit of a gap in rounds. Right now, not Lightskin though, prepped and ready to go to cut off this corridor. Rika firing away at just a corner, trying to pre-fire that angle and catch one of the muskies a little bit unawares.
Yeah, and looking at Augustana's setup on that defense,
Smoke.
it's the ultimate difference, but that Rolling Thunder may just carry things over. The Orbital Strike to deny them early access, but they had already surpassed it. They took too long to throw in that utility. Soren trying to get over aggressive, though, through their own smoke, will die because of it. There goes that Tour de Force as well, the Showstopper as well. That misses. It goes towards tower, but it doesn't land, and Nugget tries to play a wall bang rather than just the straight-up gunfight, and dies because of it. A 5v2, but Lakeland have vacated the premises around towards this A side, and most importantly, this spike plant will give Ethan their nightfall for the post plant.
They'll need it, right? In
Use it.
that ulti, it's gonna catch at least 2 or 3
Mark
and
2.
be able to call out that information. Are they gonna make it work? Bink gets 1.
Last
Can you hold
player
out for a few
standing.
more? You get the blind out. And I mean, Bink is able to find it, but Ethan fell on the opposite side. Dust finds that kill, and you're gonna get a couple flashbangs out, but Bink, you get a swing, that's 3. Can you make it 4? No, you can't. I mean, it was a valiant attempt, but Ethan, I don't know what happened, but losing your life on that back end stretch feels terrible. 6-6 is the score as we reset and team swap, as we're pretty much back at ground 0.
Switching sides.
I think the point there for Ethan was to try and get aggressive, and I understand the thought process in doing so, but sometimes you don't have to play as quickly with aggression, especially when your teammate's doing the exact same thing in a completely different angle. If you're playing the buddy system on aggression, especially in that 2v5, I completely understand. Bink was the one that had to play aggressive, and they did so correctly, finding those 2 kills, and inevitably the 3rd. Unfortunately, Ethan unsuccessful in their own. They tried to play up the rope, as we saw before we switched off to the aggression of Bink, and they died because of it. That's the reason that the Fade fell. Not the end of the world, still a 6-6 split, and I feel that Lakeland's defense is significantly better than their attacking half. We'll see how that plays out into this later part of the map, considering they started off with the defensive side last time around, and they won 11 of 12 rounds, so, I don't know, just previous statistics gives me that one.
6 are always fun as we get into this first gun duel. Rika opens up with a quick kill on Nugget, and it seems like Augustana have gotten a bit more life into them. They understand they've been given an opportunity. They're going to try and play it out as well as they can. Rika opens up with a second, and Ethan with that peek gets almost nothing right there. Not Light's going to get the plan down, and Muskies are going to have to try and figure out exactly what they need to do to get back in this pistol round. Not Lightskin cheating around the side. Soren might be in for a world of pain and surprise. Bink going to send out a little bit of a lash onto the top side. And it might not work in their favor. Slick Bink
One
finds
enemy
Soren.
remaining.
Exactly as planned. Monkey Man Sam is going to find Bink. And Hansen gets 1 before falling. Nigh a flawless round. Augustana survive pistol with 4 alive.
Hey, at least these teams are consistent. Lakeland is 2 for 2 on opening pistol rounds. Augustana is 2 for 2 on second half pistol rounds. So hey, go for it, I suppose. But it's Lakeland to fall early, and this is the first time they have been losing in this series as a whole. The last time they were losing was last week. it's been a little while since they've been on the back foot, and an unfortunate position for them to be in, and I feel a little unfamiliar to say the very least, but it's something they can build back from. This round's not going to be the time to do it. It's pistols across the board for the defensive side, so at best they're going to look for aggression and a coordinated aggression set at that. They'll find one kill, but an immediate trade back, and unfortunately the shorty just not good enough close range. It's Slick Vic to find a triple before they fall, and Bink is left in a 1v3 with a classic.
I mean, you're happy just trying to grab, you know, 1 or 2 frags. One more would be the takeaway here. I always say on the anti-deco, if you grab 3 kills in that second round, you're happy about it, right? And you only got 2. You know what? You'll be happy about that one. Lakeland are going to have to fight through, though. Again, as you said, the first time that the Muskies are actually behind right now. And are they going to be able to do some work here? That's the hope. And I mean, you're looking at Hansen and Bink, who currently still hold the kill board, 14-10 and 13-9, 2 very respectable scores for a team that are trying to pull themselves kind of, you know, out of that gutter, maybe out of that too playful mindset that they've been in for.
Yeah, but then it's top 4 players on Augustana. It's 12, 12, 12, and 1 in terms of kills alone. And their deaths, 3 of them are at 12 deaths as well. At least they're consistent. Unfortunately, they're dying consistently as well. Every round other than 2 for those 3 players between them. And you're seeing aggression once more. I believe this is a false sense of security they're being lured into. Soren, rather than grabbing that place, will decide to play aggressive in towards the cubby. Feed freezes for a second, but right back underway. The smoke as well to fake the fact that they're not in this corner. I don't know if they're going to be cleared. That flash doesn't find them, so there's no sound cue. They may not know this Brimstone's waiting. They don't. They have no clue.
They might not, and they dance past Soren's fine. Soren has not been checked yet, and they still haven't. No way! No way, Soren! Soren gets a single headshot, gets a second, now is lit up, but you cannot let that happen. Muskies take a page out of Augustana's book on not checking corners, and it leads them to a 2v2.
Out of charge.
Where are you?
Do get that spike in their control, though, and they can back away. I think that's what's going to happen. They're backing away around towards their main spawn, but it's a fake. Wait a second. You see that Brim holding for the time being, and the question now remains, what do you do if you're Augustana? The chamber taking
30
the
seconds
rotate
left.
all the way around towards the dish side. The Brimstone going towards B main. I think the call for them here is fake the fact they're going B. You saw the Brim running and then slowing down and going back the other way. But the question remains, do they go back? And the answer seems to be yes, but the chamber's making noise. Ethan, turn around! Ethan, turn around! He gets the kill! That's the round!
Down
That's
A.
it!
That's it. That's all they needed. And my lord, off of a wrong call by me saying it was Augustana getting that cheeky flank off. No, it was Lakeland that hit in a corner and was perfectly fine with it. So now we can go ahead, and it's just crazy to me, right? That was a round that feels, again, like it shouldn't have happened. This time, it's been Muskies that have twice given up a round that they should have won, and this time it was Augustana that let it happen once again, right? Not checking the corner, and this time, it wasn't 1, it wasn't 2, it wasn't even 3, it wasn't 4. It was all 5 members that disregarded that corner, and it led to them getting absolutely swallowed in that engage.
Now, usually you say, oh, all 5 players didn't clear the corner, which usually I understand, but the fact that 2 different factors played into that. Not only did not a single piece of utility land, which a lot of the times there's a voice line when a piece of your utility lands onto players. For instance, when Fade's Nightfall lands onto 2 players, you'll hear her say, got 2. It's a point, and Skies flash the exact same note. But they also don't clear him with the first player. Once a first player does not clear a corner, almost every other player after that does not do it either, because they are trusting in their teammates. Now, when you're playing matchmaking, don't trust that, because I never trust my teammates, so I triple check corners because they're all complete morons. But that's matchmaking. This is competitive, organized play. Sorry, I had to digress because I complain about solo queuing all the time.
We let our personal gripes and our personal history of the game kind of feed into our game, our casting here, and for some of us, it's a little bit stronger than the others, right? I feel that's what it is. So, we are watching here as already a trade has been made. Lakeland and Augustana lose one apiece. And Sam and Nugget are both taken out of this round very, very quickly. So Vic is going to teleport back and rendezvous with the rest of the team. Taking a look underneath, though. They're going to try and bleed over into this B site. Or at least what I thought was B. That's only the chamber in that back corner. The rest of Augustana are going to move towards that A site and hope for the best, right? Lakeland Muskie's saying, we're not exactly sure where they are, so we're going to have to check both sites if we want to be safe.
The issue here for Augustana is they continue to second-guess themselves. Hesitancy can cost you time after time, and I feel like that's what's coming through here. You can see Hansen with that classic out. Here comes Augustana around towards the A side. The Brim has at least heard two different players. Not only the information here for the 0 point, which is finally going forward, but the blast pack as well, and the Brimstone late just the same. They don't have the plant. Unfortunately, they don't have the manpower either. With Not Lightskin getting that kill before they start to plant that spike. The Sheriff also missing here for Hansen as well. It's a 3v4 with a weapon disadvantage, unfortunately, for Lakeland.
Lakeland can do. Exactly thrilled about this, but the shots go through, and Bink is able to grab one. That's a great headshot to kick things off. Not Lightskin. Behind in the corner, they know exactly where they are. Dust is able to find Ethan with the orbital strike. Down to one as Lightskin follows up on Hansen. And Bink, I mean, it's 1v3. You're not really gonna lose this one. The Molly completely locking you off of that site. I mean, what more can you do here, right? You are caught in that back corner. Spotted out thanks to a nice piece of utility, and Bink is going to be suppressed and running away. This will be the 9th round for Augustana.
If you're Bink there, that's where you hold W in an opposing direction. It actually may be the reason they stayed alive, because you can see the chamber around towards the B side. But Augustana still pick it up after just barely losing the previous round to time. They make up for their previous woes and do indeed pick up the first real gun round this time around. It was Lakeland to still save a decent bit because they lost so much, but this is where, again, the rubber meets the road. Usually it's the 4th round, this time the 5th round, and I don't know what to make of this round, to be completely honest with you, Orbital. Usually I say something that's somewhat coherent and smart here, but looking at ultimates and the guns on the board, this is the first real inkling that we're seeing of Lakeland having to defend from both sides with equal machinery, or equal weaponry, I suppose.
And in those 50-50s, we've seen Muskies be able to pull out some fantastic stops, especially on their attack and defense. We saw it on Bind, but this time around, it feels like they just messed around a little bit too much and are trying to get back into their good style. And, I mean, that's uncharacteristic. Again, Nugget has been one of the top records, has been a fantastic striker out since game number 1. But this time around, losing out, that one's going to be a very, very big pain. 1 for 1 so far, and Bink is only able to grab one before they fall to Rika. 3v3 now, as it's a hard chase to A. They chase through mid, though, as the defenders are going to give it their best shot. Augustana trying to reach that site as quickly as possible.
There's the Roomba to create a decent bit of space for them to do so. Rika pushing out. Well-placed Sky Smoke, and they miss the Incendiary. That's supposed to go off that far set of stairs. It will not clear out that default position. It only clears out the front side. Aftershock to create even more space for this attack. The post-plant here for the attacking side. And Augustana need to make sure they don't create as many errors as we saw from Lakeland on their own attack. And with a decent set of utility already used, they're running out of it. Lakeland, not in that same right. Here comes their aggression.
Going to be a little bit of a decay. Monkey Man Sam is going to be taken quite low. Clearance out on the top side. Monkey Man Sam is caught, but it's still going to take the kills. Rika finishes off, and they get one apiece across the board. Augustana close in on double digits off some fantastic gun rounds.
Augustana looking to send us to a 3rd map, and the question now for Lakeland is, what do you do to make it up? Bink will buy, but they'll buy enough to make sure they can buy in the following round. I think Hero Rifle, just to do some economic damage to give you a good spot to try and bring things back in the following round. They're not even planning on winning this. You can see that with their buy across the board. They're playing for next, and unfortunately, too many of those playing for next, and you've dropped this map, and we're looking to a 3rd of them.
We're going to see how it goes. Hansen out with the ulti. They try and sprint their way forward and chase as hard as you can. And it is well known. They're corralling in on 3, so Augustana might not be excited about this one. A little bit of a shot throws out. Hansen runs right by a player. Gets one kill before falling on their own. Dust is going to gather that one. Now Slickfit caught into a wrong spot, and Bink is able to get 2 with the hero rifle. Just like that. Lakeland Muskies say, hey, you wanted a hero moment. You got it. Rika says, not just yet. 3v2 still on the board. Augustana, they can still play this one out, but Lakeland Muskies have geared themselves up for this stop.
Not only that, but they have the spike. It's sitting in B main. There's no way for Augustana to get there without walking straight through what is now waiting for them to come forward. And rifles have now been retrieved. The Haunt finds nothing, nor is it shot out. So Augustana, I don't know if they're exactly aware of where Lakeland is residing. Ethan playing on the backside of the Radianite box. You can see Soren sitting towards pit, and all the way around through spawn
One
is
enemy
indeed that
remaining.
breach, but the spike is around the backside of the triple boxes, and Tetris will not be reached. Soren finding a double, and the hero rifle works. Lakeland Muskies lose back-to-back rounds of full gun rounds, but apparently, when you have just a single rifle, it's significantly better than when you have 5.
Right here.
That's quite obvious to be said, but right now the Muskies are hoping to hang out here again. 4 weapons strong. Nugget is gonna run with that tour de force and try and bring some power back into this defensive side, right? If you're able to lock things down, you can start chipping away at some of the econ.
You want to play?
Augustana,
Let's
you
play.
have 3 people that currently have some strong weaponry in hand. This is gonna be a dance though. Nugget realizes that this is quite dangerous. Shot goes off the side. I'm not sure if Augustana saw it. Monkey Man Sam finds Hansen to kick things off. So that's a great frag to have, and Nugget is able to find one. Traded back and forth. The 2 to 4 finds its first victim.
Nuggets very lucky they didn't peek early. Slick Vic will back away with their tour de force still intact, and they have a rifle for redundancy should they run out of ammo in their very large ultimate. They'll walk around this rope side, look to aggress towards B. They're a little late in this aggression, though. Ethan, down below, is pushed back and doesn't do enough damage to justify it. The Haunt is destroyed. They're well aware of the fact that one is coming from that dish side of play. The Nightfall as well should allow the aggression for this defense to try and retake this site, but Ethan still has to worry about their backside and dies because of it. Falling off that 0 point comes through. Doesn't land onto the tour de force though, and Slick Vic misses twice.
That is actually huge misses right now, and Soren should know that, but not Lightskin doesn't miss at all. Nugget
30
is down.
seconds left.
That was the other tour de force, and down to a 2v3. They're going to get the plan. Augustana are pushing to 11. A little bit of an ulti swings by and catches them unaware.
One enemy
Shoved
remaining.
against the wall, but Slick
What?
Vic says you put yourself in prime position to get shot. 1v3. Soren, last one alive. I mean, you're going to try your best here.
Enemy
Not sure
down.
if you're going to be able to do it, but you're able to take one. This is another pick on a little bit of that
avoid
util.
it.
Soren quietly sneaking up. You check the corner, get the shots, and you can't find it. Slick Vic keeps it in the realm of Augustana, and they push to 11.
Lakeland are cut down once more. That was a round in which Lakeland had a shot. The issue was, again, you had to split your attention because Ethan had to look around that backside. They didn't have the help either, so they were overtly worried about their flank. And unfortunately for the Lakeland Muskies, your Fade falling in that position after using the Nightfall means it finds absolutely nothing. Yeah, they find a single kill, but that was not enough to bring them into the fray and the realm of possibility of bringing that round into their own favor. And Augustana win it because of it. The consistency continues to favor the attacking side as Lakeland's defense continues to be torn apart. Nugget needs to get out, by the way. They do have the rendezvous available, and they'll just barely get out. About 70 HP left over. That's 2 shots with that Vandal.
When Ethan also says, hey, I'm ready to play here. Gets one frag, the first blood to kick things off. Bink is ready to go. Gets a couple flashes on some opponents, but can't do much more than that. What's suppressed and has to back away. Not Lightskin, hiding off on the edge as well. Might get a good flank off. Look at where Lakeland are currently corralled. Right in the middle. Can't really find too much more. Remember, shots have to go perfectly. They want to get this round in their favor. Hansen is able to find Monkey Man. Sam and Soren able to find Slick Vic. Not Lightskin takes Soren's life, but it's down to a 4v2. Santa's gonna hope for a miracle here, but Hansen gets straight down and Nugget finishes it off. 4 members left alive, and Lakeland Muskies have a bit more life in them as they push to 11-9.
That's the coordination off the back of utility once more for Lakeland. It's what we've been missing for this defensive side. They retake the site without the spike actually being planted because Augustana were never in that sense of security. They didn't know whether they could get that spike down without that extra player being needed to deny the push forward. And Lakeland not only push off the back of a Haunt, a Seize, a fault line coming through, but they make sure that they can get the Neon around towards the backside of tower as well. A quick reposition because of that high gear available. And Lakeland really just condense onto the site from 3 different angles and disallow Augustana's ability to just play comfortably That's the reason it costs them the round. They did nothing wrong whatsoever on the Augustana side. That's one that Lakeland really deserved, and notably, they didn't make any mistakes.
Yeah, no mistakes and just kind of playing clean, right? This is what we're hoping to see again from a squad that took game number 1 in style, and now with only 2 rounds between them, this is a chance for them to claw back. And granted, again, both these teams in one of their matches went almost a distance, right? Neither one has gone OT yet, but both of them have a 13-11 game on their record that they have won. So for these teams, they do understand what it's like to go down to the wire, right? To go down to that 11-11 score and have to fight their way through, you know, through gritted teeth, if you will. Right now in a save round, though, Lakeland Muskies feeling real good about this one once they hear Augustana's gun round options here, or at least the bargain bin options. Nugget, though, hiding off on the edge. It's going to be a full court press. Augustana chasing along this A hallway. It's going to be a little dangerous. Nugget swings one, and Rika's able to finish it off, so a great trade to kick things off.
That's a positive trade for Augustana. They have the weapon disadvantage every time they take a weapon away. Not only do they equalize things and give themselves a higher likelihood of picking up the round, but they pick up that rifle for their own. Rika takes the rifle and kills Bink because of it. It's a double for Rika off the bat. One time with that Sheriff, the second with the Vandal. Slick gets a kill of their own, and the Orbital Strike finds nothing other than spacing out the attacking side. It's a 2v4 retake, and they were coming into this one with a massive weapons advantage. Augustana College are looking to push themselves at a map point and looking to force a third.
I feel like the Muskies should have recognized this happening, right? This feels like something that they could have identified way earlier on, and the fact that they didn't, the fact that they let this happen is crazy to think about. It's a thrifty round victory, one that we don't see too often. Augustana on match point. Lakeland Muskies let off the gas pedal and are passed up on the round.
Augustana's attack now really looking clean. And while Monkey Man Sam is down at 7-11, I suppose, and if you want to make the joke in your own time, they're still finding the efficacy around utility. The aftershocks have been near perfect time after time. You have the flashes being on point consistently, and the fault lines allowing them to push with an advantage given to them because the stuns are landing is so perfect for this attack. It's exactly what they've needed, and honestly what they've been missing in a few of these rounds, really giving them the advantage that clearly has been putting them on to that point. Again, we're seeing utility. That time it doesn't land, but yeah, it's been landing other times. So I blame Lakeland for repositioning.
They found my trap.
I mean, right now, Augustana just feels so clean and feels so confident in what they want to do. Again, that is an opener that they have enjoyed so far, and Lakeland have almost no response. You can see that they're still waiting. They haven't moved at all after that first frag, and now they finally do, and it's a little bit too little too late. They're out of position and out of time here. You can see that they are completely cut off. Monkey Man Sam, along with the rest of the team, mow down two. Nugget and Hansen are dead. Soren's dead as well. And Augustana with a flawless round here to take the map, push into a map 3.
Well, Lakeland take map number 1 of Bind, but it's Augustana to respond in kind. Yeah, they don't do so in as clean of a fashion, 13-5 versus 13-9 as we just saw, but a win's a win. It still counts for a single tally on that overall scorecard, and it forces a third map irregardless of that result in Orbital. That's exactly what they needed. That's the momentum, off the back of 2 clean rounds, off the back of clean offensive utility to not only get on the site, but to hold it down in the later stages of that post-plant. That's what they were missing. That's the reason Lakeland at least had a shot of coming back. It's also, unfortunately, the reason they couldn't in the end.
Yeah, this has been so back and forth between the two teams, right? We've seen both teams at a very nice high, and now at a very nice low or mid-grade level of play, right? Both teams have shown what they have.
You just called them mid? You just called them mid? Wow.
Yes, I did say that mostly, and I can get flamed on the back end because I am not anywhere close to ranking at all, so I don't even test that water. Right now, though, both teams are heading into a map number 3. I'm very curious to see who is going to come out on top. We are heading into the awesome, awesome map of Ascent, so do not go anywhere. The Decider is up next. All right, and we are back, ready to go for the decider. And I mean, these teams have been battling back and forth. Mistakes and amazing plays have both congealed into a single series. And I mean, Light, I couldn't ask for a better way to end the night, whether it be chaos, whether it be brilliance, whether it be finessing a round away thanks to a mistake of the enemy. These teams have definitely laid it out on the line, and I can't wait to see what they bring here to Ascent.
Yeah, and not only are we heading to a third map, but it's Ascent, as you said. It's the great equalizer. This is where you see teams really bring their A game, bring their best to the forefront of their play. This is where it's going to come through. Now, Ascent, as we all know, has a combination of cardboard walls and seemingly cardboard walls in terms of sound as well, not only the gunfire coming through it. But I don't know who to favor coming into this, because looking at Lakeland, I feel they made a few too many mistakes on Fracture, of which was their own map pick, so you'd expect a little bit of prep. But here into Ascent, very easy to take mistakes your opponents make and push off of them. I see a Jet pick for Lakeland, the first time we'll see a Jet. Actually, I see one for Augustana as well in terms of Slick Fix, so both Jets coming through as an introductory pose to the agent herself.
This is going to be a little bit of a question mark here. I'm going to believe in Ethan's fade once again and see if we can see a little bit of a change up here. But this is going to be kind of do or die here, and this is going to be a huge change up. As you said, though, the Jet coming out here, what I'm most I want to say happy about is going to be that Killjoy, right? Of all the maps that are currently being played, right? This is the Killjoy map. This is the one that lends itself to Killjoy being paramount to a Viper on Icebox, right? Whereas some maps you're just looking at it like, hey, they're like the lockdown isn't going to do too much, right? Too many entrances to kind of collapse into and too easy to get out of.
Right here.
This is one of those maps that you're very happy to have a Killjoy. So I want to see these Killjoys be the linchpin to either one of these teams, and I want to see them try and use it to a fantastic extent. Right now, though, Lakeland Muskies on the defensive side, on the attacking side in game number 2. A little bit of a question mark. This time around, they're going to try and repeat what they did in game number 1.
So what I'm hearing here is we see an 11-1 start. Is that what we're picking up? Defensive side for Lakeland open things up? What do you think? 11-1 start? I don't think so, but it would be funny. Not gonna lie to you.
It would be funny, but slightly heartbreaking that this is how this series kind of breaks out. Unless we see a full swing back by Augustana, that would be even better. Right now, though, Augustana going ahead and testing out this A site. First hard charge, and it is an absolute skill check.
Oh my!
And skill checking does, Lakeland Muskies lay them out, but Augustana bite back a little bit more.
Planted.
Right now, the door does have to be broken here as Soren is ready to go. With the spikes being down already, though, the rest of the team has to start collecting in. You can see all points taken.
One enemy remaining.
Are going to be checked, and Nugget finds that one from mid-A. Doorway. Now it is Nugget to finish it off. Dust tried their best, but Lakeland able to take the first pistol. Following
And that
our consistency of first pistol rounds going Lakeland's way.
Yeah, hey, they're continuing with statistical analysis. At minimum, the statistics hold true. But the question now remains for Lakeland, can they hold things down in the conversion round as well? Because not a single team has lost the conversion round today either, their Orbital. But for Lakeland, that was a clean retake, and a clean retake onto the site before even fully giving it up. My one question was how the heck Ethan stayed alive as long in the back of site without doing all that much. Yeah, they found a kill and really allowed the push to come through from Fink. But they really were just not checked in the back of site because of that lack of communication. They were able to find a kill and stay alive significantly longer than they probably should have given the face value of the round. Also, good night.
Good night, Rika. Bink said, I'm back on my itch. You better be ready for me. A couple more shots with the Marshall, but it gives time for Slick to kind of round about the corner. A little bit of a jump as Bink does a point-blank shot. Slick thought they were Slick, but becomes the victim. That's going to be a couple more shots, Bink. Are you just going to hold down Catwalk all by yourself? There is no way, right? That's going to be 2 so far. And rightly so, Bink says, I'm kind of done with that for right now, at least for the momentary being. And Monkey Man Sam is currently caught on the back edge here. Does not want to test this. Bink has 2 bullets in the chamber, but Monkey Man Sam doesn't know that.
Sam's gonna be smoked off, ironically by their opponents, and that's the reason they get out alive. Unfortunately for them, they also won't survive. In the end, down goes that Haunt, the aggression here for Augustana College Yellow. Seemingly all for naught, the Haunt is well shot by 2 different weapons. That gives away the fact that both players are wading in towards A main. The Tiger finds the information as well. There's not all that much you can do here if you're on the attacking side. There's a flank coming through. Dust will get away with the Shrouded Step, but with that flank, they'll find one. It's Soren with a triple on the round, around through the B main position, through spawn, and through the rest of Augustana College Yellow. 5 for 5 thus far today for the 2 teams in terms of post-pistol round victories, and Lakeland Muskies opening things up as on paper we expected.
Placing sentry.
Didn't expect this. This is pretty much standard, and so far, Augustana have done the same, right? Third round usually go their way, and in pretty nice fashion as well. Here on Ascent, though, I'm curious to see where the Muskies are going to find Augustana, right? This is a big question mark. How do you play it out? Bink currently sitting at 4 frags at the top, and going to be hiding off on Catwalk once again. It's a perfect spot to hide in here, but this time it's completely smoked off this time around. The rest of Augustana say we aren't going to fall for that a second time. Nugget hiding very far up 8 main, and of course not going to find any damage as Augustana are chasing up mid now. All 5 currently corralled.
See, the information there for the Prowler at minimum finds 1. A return Prowler, not as lucky. Actually, it does. Ethan is caught. A narrow line of sight there for the Prowler. It actually has a 180-degree line of sight rather than the normal 90 for players. So a little bit of a false sense of security for those looking at it, expecting it to see what a player would indeed see. They'll shoot at the market door. Only 1 player towards the B site itself, that being the Brimstone, around towards that back side of main. They'll try to push forward through that smoke. They're playing anti-flash inside of the smoke. They'll take out that bot, but it's Soren faking the fact that the smoke is for cover. Rather, it's for concealment. And the push, they see the rifle. They also find the kill. Looking for a second, they will not be able to find it. It's Dust for the refrag, but the Killjoy throwing down the Nano Swarm, delaying that push around the backside, and the spike being planted, but all 4 players, well, 3 of the 4 players, are outside the site and ready and waiting for the push to come through.
They're going to be waiting for a little bit longer. Augustana go ahead and close up, but Bink with this Marshall is getting so much value right now. Hiding off the floor, gets a little bit of a snapshot. Tries to find some more damage. Down to a 1v2 though. Nugget with decent HP on hand. He's going to chase around the rest of the team. Augustana going to chase, but a hard swing by Nugget is going to chase out. You get down to a 1v1. Looking for a couple more shots.
No
you
way.
find it. Nugget clutches out. And Lakeland, for the first time, break out Augustana. It is 3 in a row here. A clutch up factor from the Jet.
There's no way you should be able to do that, but it's Nugget playing proactive rather than reactive. In the 1 versus 2, you instead of allowing this Augustana College side of splitting your attention and peeking you from 2 very different angles at the exact same time, you peek the first right off the bat after faking the tap onto the spike, prepping them to throw in the utility. You saw Not Lightskin throw in the Haunt. That was not a bad call. Unfortunately, the position in which they threw said Haunt from was indeed their fallacy. And Lakeland push off of it because of it. Nugget is 5-0 through 3 rounds of play. The Jet really fragging out, living up to their role, and Ethan picking up right where their teammate left off, a kill of their own. Bink was playing aggressive, decides to back away. They are aware of the fact that Augustana is saving because the previous round was a bye for them, so Lakeland do not want to play too aggressive. It could cost them.
I mean, they don't, but at the same time, this is the first time we've actually seen double snipers come out, right? This is the first time we've seen double snipers come out on either side, and in general, the Marshal or Operator being used at all, right, from these teams. Yes, we saw the 2 force before, but, I mean, that was kind of off the wayside. Teams have been very reluctant to pull out this one-shot damage dealer. You see it brought out in such heavy fashion for the Muskies. Brings with it a whole slew of differences here, so Augustana, rightly so, playing much slower and much more prepared for them on the wrong side. And Nugget shows, hey, it's not just the Operator, the Vandal does just as much work. Molly feels like Lakeland having a much more fantastic time. The Molly rolls them out, and Soren catches them all like a fish out of water. They are corralled to the final breath. Lakeland Muskies pull 4 in a row.
Again, it's looking clean from Lakeland. There's nothing that they're doing wrong. The mistakes of old are no longer there. And you can see how commanding they look because of it. Not only do they have clean utility usage, they are coordinated, they are concise with their play and what they want to do. And most importantly, they're just shooting gooder. Yes, gooder is used satirically. I'm well aware of the fact it's not an actual word. But they just look so clean. A second gun round finally on the board. But unfortunately here for Augustana, they're choosing incorrectly. There are 2 players on the B site proper. There's the quick rotate available. In goes this push though, and they want to play quickly. So with that from the shadows used towards the backside of site, alongside the dash towards that button to close the door, the aggression here for Lakeland is finally removed, and Augustana have site control.
Finally the control that they want so much, but Nugget is trying to make things change up a little bit here. Plant goes down very, very quickly. It's now down to Lakeland Muskies. What can they do here? Nugget hiding off in the corner, 4v5. Over their opening here. Yes, you got the Seekers, but not much more than that. And with the utility all in hand, Augustana closing out so many of these frags. Bink, though, trying to take a few back. That was 2 by Dust and only 1 by Bink. And now Bink gets another with a great blind, 2v3. Do they actually chase in? The question mark, do they chase in or do they wait for the rest of Augustana to come back out? Only time will tell.
I think the answer here is just do economic damage. Augustana will have no rifles as they exit the site here. The spike will go off. The question is how much do they save over? The operator around through spawn, Dust won't make it out either. It's only Monkey Man Sam around towards that close corner. I don't even think they're going to stay alive. They will not. 4-1 the scoreline. But Augustana, even with that round victory, look at their credits. They barely exist. A Marshal required for Rika? No, they will sell and go for that Vandal half shields. Maybe not. I don't know. They are going one way and then back the other and then just at this point screwing with me.
I mean, they'll take what they can get, right? I think that's the baseline of what we're seeing here. They're grabbing what they can and hoping for the best here. Because, yes, you won the round, but it was so well thought out. You were talking about all the way back in game number 1, right? Talking about how to play with the economy, how to play with the macro game of dancing with the economy, give yourselves that advantage. And the Muskies have done that, right? This is one of those kind of obvious choices to make, which is, all right, weed them out. We don't have to go for that spike. We don't have to go for those kills. And instead, we're going to try and do that economic win against them. What we do now is we force them into a scenario where they're feeling like they have to pull by. That's what they felt like they had to do. And because of that, you're now working with 1 member on a Spectre, right? If you kill out Slick Vic, you have a, or if you find them in a 1v1, it's a much better opportunity. However, if you have the abilities out, that's going to be a dangerous problem.
No way.
But Soren hides and wait, but you better take a swing. No way. Or Slick Vic, Slick, this cannot happen again. This happens a whole nother time. This time you're only able to get 1, but my gosh, this has happened time and time again, and Augustana have not learned. If you do not learn from the past, you are doomed to repeat it.
I like this the second time it's Soren actually to go unchecked once more. Hansen will indeed kill Slick Vic, so the Jet will play no further part in this round, even though Soren incorrectly picked as to who they wanted to shoot first. A well-placed dark cover towards CT will disallow any vision forward, but a flank's being established as well. There's 30 seconds remaining on that clock up above, and they want to be able to try and play quickly, so the market push is shut down. What a shot from Dust, allowing them to get onto the site. The swing from Hansen, though, will drop him in return. A 1v2 left over for Monkey Man Sam as they start to get this spike down and bring it into the 2-1 versus 2, but the Seeker on the board to really throw them off kilter. It's right behind, off the back of a flash. Big swings off the back of it as well. That's clean utility usage, yes. An ultimate for 1 player, not the most effective part of it, but you get the round as a guarantee because of it.
And I mean, this highlights a huge issue that I feel we've seen over the course of these last few matches, right? Or the last few games. In game number 1, it was Lakeland Muskies that basically won straight off the gun rounds, right? Just off of gun duels themselves. They were highlight moments, right? Talking about Ethan, talking about Nugget, talking about Bink, you know, these players that were rounding out some of these kills and some of these clutches very, very nicely. On the flip end, though, in game number 2, when given the opportunity and Augustana were allowed to kind of prep their own phases, the utility kills, the utility forces that Augustana were putting the pressure on Lakeland Muskies, we saw the Muskies fold, right? It was the battle of util versus straight gun rounds, and that's what we kind of saw the hard line drawn. And now we're seeing the Muskies realize, hey, we can't let that happen again. We have to start utilizing this very integral part of the game, which is follow up on util. How do we use the utility? How do we use some of those defensive swarms? How do we use, you know, some of those smokes? How do we utilize, you know, all of these little pieces of information to give ourselves the most effective and efficient series, a game and set of rounds here? So Augustana, now realizing that Lakeland Muskies are starting to put the pressure on, should be very worried. If Muskies can combine stellar gunplay with decent utility and follow up on that, Augustana might not have a chance to come back in this game.
You know, Orbital, I see Valorant as a whole as a Blender file. You know, Blender, the Photoshop application. It's very small intricacies put together to create a beautiful big picture. And that's what we continue to see from Lakeland, where it's a combination of their mechanical skill and utility combinations, and that's the reason they're continuing with their dominance. Monkey Man Sam and Slick Vic both playing close. A Guiding Light opting not to be utilized. Bink, lucky to be alive, will find a first, and a Guiding Light to allow them to back away with their life is good enough to retreat alive. A 1-for-2 trade as Soren will indeed die towards that front side of the market, but it's still looking good here for this defensive side, and Ethan uses a Prowler as a meat shield to peek off the back with the operator. That is a clean play. Also, Dust is on 1 HP. I didn't notice that.
Well, you know what? When it comes to snipers, you only need 1 HP to work with, and you can see the immediate hop away. Ethan's like, I don't care if you got 1 HP. That gun still wrecks my life. So, but Ethan is taking a swing after swing after swing, and Dust is like, I'm not biting that bait right now. What you do bite is a nugget with a couple body shots. Augustana having a couple questionable moments here. Lakeland Muskies chasing after Rika. And if you walk in one by one, this is going to be a little bit of a dangerous spot. No way they miss. Rika in position to be able to pull out a 4th kill. Do you get this chance? Yes, you do. You're on a 4K. Rika, after watching their team be annihilated by Muskies, is set to pull off a full clutch ace.
Here's the call, though. It's a Seeker up against this Nightfall. The Seeker playing like a Prowler with the information. Tasmanian Tiger as well, but it's a spray through the triple box. No way out for Rika. The Tasmanian Tiger giving away the information. The ace clutch denied, and 6 rounds now found for the Lakeland Muskies as they continue on their reign of terror here on Ascent. No way out for Augustana College.
And you can see, Muskies are definitely laying into this, right? Game number 2, we saw them make a few key mistakes, right? Most notably 2 rounds where their utility kind of screwed them up, right? The Rendezvous forcing a spike drop, and you messed up there on 1 round. Second round was you did not plant the spike at a preferred spot for the Molly lineup, and it cost them, right? This time around, Muskies are saying, that's not going to happen again, right? We're not dealing with that situation once again. We're going to play this clean. We're going to play it simply. We're going to play it smart. Yes, it's not their aggressive side. They're doing very well. Albeit, this round around, Augustana saying, listen, we're going to get some highlights of our own with an operator and a Vandal.
Probably doesn't find anything. Oh my goodness, from the shadows, just completely unchecked. The sound cue not there for Ethan as they fall. And a 2v5 swing towards mid. Slick Vic, even with that small recorrection, will be able to take down Soren. A 1v5, another ace clutch required, this time a true full ace clutch with a spike ticking against them. Really no way in here for the Killjoy. I don't even recommend wasting a lockdown because of it. They won't even get the chance. A flawless round to come back from it from Augustana, and Rika will get that missing kill they had from the previous round. Unfortunately, a full round too late.
That was actually a pretty brutal one. You can actually see in the econ factor, Lakeland Muskies do not have enough to full buy out this session. If they do, it's going to be on a handle of a couple SMGs, right? And that's the damage that Augustana have actually done. Even though it's been quite a few rounds in a row, the damage that has happened over time by Augustana has lended itself to the fact that even though they won 2 rounds in a row, Lakeland can't full buy, right? It's going to be 2 pistols with an SMG and a little bit of extra behind it. And Nugget is going to try and run out with these with this Blade Storm. Very well done by Augustana. They put themselves in prime position to try and make their way back and work their own way up that econ pull and start giving themselves those opportunities. So maybe we get to see that happen. Challenge their way back with a 50 round of their own, but Augustana so far in prime position to take a 3rd.
See that Bladestorm popped, and Slick Vic with the counter to it with the operator in hand. Possible aggression outside the sky smoke. Not gonna come through, and it drops, and as soon as it does, you can see Soren has been noted. The stim beacon dropped, a perfect flash, as Slick Vic does indeed have to back away. The unfortunate aggression from Soren, though, will be shut down. The redundancy is all 5 players were in mid watching that aggression from the Brimstone. He'll fall in mid, and, well, Lakeland have a 4v5 to work against, and to all the haunt. Yes, it does find one, but that also triggers the rotation back the other way.
Nugget running a little bit backwards, saying, hey, I
should
can
run.
speed this process up.
30
Now it's
seconds
going
left.
to be the lockdown. So this is one of those maps that I was very, very excited to see that lockdown and say, hey, this is the perfect time to use it.
I love this.
It's going to force a little bit of a difference, and now they're going to try and challenge it back. Monkey Man Sam is going to find Augustana, and Dust is going to find Nugget. So the chase works to their advantage. And it's surprising because Lakeland decided to chase for what felt like no reason, right? They could have waited out, tried to go for the retake, but instead they chase in, say, no worries, we're going to go ahead and expend our own lockdown, as well as give over the round. So 3 rounds to Augustana.
Ethan unfortunately second-guessed themselves. I was saying I love this. You may have heard that in the middle of the round. The lockdown was actually activating towards the back, very back corner of Boathouse. But you could see Ethan pushing forward as that time was ticking down. They would have been locked down and detained, but they had the judge in hand, so they wanted to try and play quickly and find some kills either before they died or before said lockdown came through. Unfortunately, they were caught in the segue between them and died because of it, and Judge, notoriously awful at long range, will of course get them killed in that scenario. Big is also playing high ground on the catwalk corner. I don't know if this is going to work out for them, because this corner hasn't been cleared very often here for the attacking side. All the Tigers quickly. There's no way out.
Oh.
Nope.
And the blind this time was actually kind of good, right? We saw them be able to lay into 1 or 2, but it just, the hard spray worked in their advantage, and Augustana starting to find their own role here. Slick Vic able to take Soren's life. Nugget takes Monkey and Sam, but the damage has been done as Ethan and Nugget both fall 1 down to a 1v4 as, once again, it is Musky staring down the loaded 4 barrels of Augustana.
I know Lakeland got a 6-6 scoreline in the previous map. Did somebody forget to give them the memo that after you get 6 rounds, you're supposed to continue shooting your opponents? Because they've just lost the previous 3 straight, and it really hasn't looked good for them in any of those rounds. I'm not liking their shots right now as we push into the final 2 rounds of the half. Augustana are looking coordinated, and their gun skills just looking significantly better than it was in the first 7 rounds of play. Look at that. You saw 7 of 8 to start things off, or 6 of 7 to start things off, with just 3 straight to return here for Augustana, and because of it, Ethan's going to call a timeout for Lakeland, and they're going to talk things over into the final 2.
And this was a much-needed one, right? This is a much-needed pause and a much-needed timeout to say, what the heck just happened? Right, we talked about the fact that Muskies at the beginning looked quite strong, bridging that gap between the gun rounds, or the gun duels, as well as the utility battles. Augustana now doing the same, right? With the utility, it's been great, but Slick Vic has looked incredibly strong with that operator in hand, and follow up with some of the util on the back end. It seems like Augustana are also bridging that gap. So for Lakeland Muskies, you have to start realizing that Augustana are starting to roll into their own groove as well, and because they're on the attacking side, it feels like Augustana still have a lot of pull and say on where these fights break down. So Slick Vic able to utilize those mid advantages if you so wish, maybe taking a look over towards a main into A site or inside of B. So many different options that Lakeland Muskies have got to be conscious of and not let off that pressure. They need to keep themselves moving forward.
Pressure always being applied is a conversation point as to whether the defense wants to do so early on or wants to allow the attacking side to do it and either return immediate pressure or return in terms of a retake. And I feel like Lakeland has had a healthy combination of the two, locking down the site before Augustana pushes quickly and trying to play for a retake. Rika throws to Tiger. They don't clear that close corner though. That may cost them. Rika also dying to the orbital strike while inside of their ability. It'll cost them just a little bit. A well-placed Nightfall will find 2 towards the backside of the tree. But that's only information, and unfortunately it's not actionable information. Ethan just dead. I don't know why they were looking towards tiles. They may have seen 1 player, but even then you have to be aware of the fact that there's a rotation coming through, and this late rotation from the defensive side could cost them because they will get there first, but they could be caught off guard. A well-placed guiding light, though, will slow down the attack for the time being.
And remember, there's a bit of utility at that doorstep. The Killjoy has laid down a swarm right in front, and Monkey Man Sam is going to try and scout out with that turret. Try and give some information their way. Bink currently with the Sheriff in hand. Gets one snapshot, look for another down to 12 HP, but Soren is able to catch up on the back end. Muskies with low-end gear might get a thrifty of their own. Augustana to do some work on their own
30
side.
seconds left.
Beacon goes down. Will they make it work? Not light skin. Caught in a rough territory. I mean, you don't really have a choice. You gotta make your way in. You gotta make something happen here.
no.
Last player standing.
First one is down, and Hansen says not a chance. It is a thrifty round victory. Muskies pull off a 7th
Last
round.
round before the switch.
You know, I was thinking ahead of myself. I was thinking about that stim beacon and the fact that Soren was seen towards logs, but threw the stim beacon down around towards the backside of
Placing
button,
sentry.
faking the fact that they were on that side when they were really just using it to allow Hansen to pick up a weapon. That could have given a false sense of security to not have to clear that close corner. Luckily
Swamp
for
grenade.
Augustana, it doesn't cost them. Unfortunately, the reason it doesn't cost them is because Hansen used said rifle and picked up a double kill to close out the round. So I feel a real opportunity cost in that one. Final round of the half, though. Guns full ablaze here for Lakeland, an operator as well. Slick Vic almost walking into the line of sight, but is well and truly far enough back. This is not looking good for Augustana, though. They have the ultimate equalization. It's Seekers versus a From the Shadows, one significantly more useful than the other, that being in favor of Lakeland. But Augustana really need to be able to pick this one quickly. Luckily, that Haunt also finds nothing.
Not going to do too much, and Augustana going, well, kind of a rough round. What do we decide to do here? Eyes are open as Hansen gets wanted out and Slick Vic once again with the hard chase is going to spin on two headshots to clean up this B site to take full control, and Augustana with this one seem to have even the score as 7-5 scoreline is on the tables here, unless Lakeland Muskies can do some crazy stuff here. Knives are out. Slick prepped and ready for it. With the smoke dropped right in front of the face. Vic have to try and hide and wait things out. They go up above. House and Soren says thank you very much. Nugget though gonna get taken out in response. And down to a 4v2. Ethan trying to clutch it up. Clutched it up once before. With the fade going through, catches a few members. Can't do too much about it. Soren goes down. Ethan falls behind, and it is a 7-5 scoreline. We are going into this second half in a pretty tight and close race.
The most important part about that is that Dust is not caught with the Nightfall. They still have their hearing to play off of, and the fact that they don't hear anything, ironically enough, towards that catwalk position, means they can fully worry about stairs. And they communicate that to their team. While yes, they don't have hearing in the game, Discord and TeamSpeak, whatever they decide to use, is fully functional for them for the time being. That would be really weird, though, if you could get like game integration, deny Discord or TeamSpeak when a Nightfall lands or something that deafens you lands. That would be fun. However, I'm just reminiscing and hoping for what could be. 7-5 split, though. Good for Augustana after the opening 7 rounds or so, but I feel Lakeland could have done a little bit better.
Yeah, this is... I feel like both teams could have had some phenomenal rounds or played a little bit better, but right now it's not about thinking about the past. It's hoping to correct your mistakes and look towards that future. Again, for Lakeland, they are hoping to close things out with a 2-0 on week number 2. If they cannot, they will move to 1-1. Vic, though, on this pistol round are feeling so strong. And it's happening again, Light. It's happening once again. Pistol in the first half goes the way of Lakeland Muskies. Pistol in the second half goes the way of Augustana College Yellow.
And that also means they're going to win the bonus round. Or at least the conversion round. Not the bonus, at least not definitively. But the conversion round, 100% of the time, has gone the way of the team that has won the pistol. That should continue here, because it's classics up against 2 Spectres, a Stinger, a Bulldog, and a Marshall for the defense. Unless Lakeland catch the gamble of all gambles and walk into one person, steal their weapon away, and somehow clutch it up, I do not think this is going their way.
No, this is a little bit of a hard pill to swallow, and for Augustana, I mean, they're happy and waiting with the Spectres in hand. We know exactly how this song and dance goes, and Rika now ready to send some pain back. Keep in mind, this is exactly where I want to say Bink was last time, just laying out with that Marshall. There's about 2 or 3 kills that they were able to get. Slick Vic, though, takes out Hansen here on A and looks for another, grabs 2.
want to get your opinion on something. You see the tailwind when it's prepped? Do you know how when it's prepped and you get a kill after you prep it, it actually builds up a kill towards your next tailwind? How do you feel about that? Do you think that should happen or no?
I think that's okay, right? I think that is okay because it's already been activated, right? And it should
enemy
be
remaining.
rewarding even if you
Spike
don't
down,
actively
attacker
use it right
spawn.
off the bat. 'Cause it's still on the timer, right? Like, I think that's okay.
Great. I do think that if you were to nerf Jet, that would be a way to do so. It's a very minute nerf, but it's enough where I think it's impactful. So, I don't think it would be game-changing, but I think it would be something that is just something of note. I don't know. It was something I was thinking about like 3 weeks ago, and I've casted Valorant twice and said 3 weeks, so I don't know. just something to think about. Lakeland do indeed lose the conversion round. Not too much of a talking point. It was indeed a buy-up in the second that Augustana won. Now, here's where Augustana would love to pick up a victory and put themselves in a similar situation to that of the Lakeland Muskies, as we saw in the first half of the play. A Marshall out, unfortunately misses both of its opening shots there for Rika, and they blind themselves ever so eloquently around that line.
Right where
I mean, the blind has done some work, but this is just looking like decimation, right? 3 quick kills taken, and Hansen is able to respond back, but it's still a dangerous spot to be in. Augustana currently sitting with 4 alive and 2 on Muskie's side, with 1 severely injured here. It is the Killjoy that is sitting on about 10 HP, and now just the Marshall being unloaded right down that catwalk side. Rika saying this is more than an opportunity for the rest of this squad. With 2 left alive, I mean, Muskies were hoping for a decent chance here, but Augustana feeling a bit better moving into the second half.
It's the defensive side continually looking strong, just as it did over on Fracture. Remember, it was a 6-6 split on Fracture to open things up, and then they really just ran away with the game after, I'd say, lacklusterly dropping a little bit after pistol round in second half, but it was okay. Didn't look great, is what it is, they'll move forward. Dust isn't fully cleared and finds a double to close out the bonus. It is indeed a bonus there for Lakeland. The Bulldog I don't believe is going to be retrieved, and Dust is not going to risk giving away their rifle, so it will be just a single rifle, actually 2 of them, my apologies, saved over, 2 Spectres and a Marshall into the bonus round, of which Augustana can really start to build up their economy, but Slick Vic says, no, never mind, I'm buying an operator.
I mean, might as well, right? Just might as well have a blast with it. Slick Vic has been an absolute monster so far, and not so much as Dust and Rika, but some of those highlights have been Slick's all the way through. Looking to challenge that top round. However, the first shot goes straight into the wall. Not the best choice of action there, but not Light Skin. Hoping for that corner peek. Bink was kind of ready to go here with that Marshall. If not Light Skin is able to find that pick, that's going to be huge. Onto the B side they go, but not Light Skin is able to find Nugget, who decided to step up a little bit too far on Catwalk. Muskies losing out on their duelists now mean that they're fighting tooth and nail with no real chance at a 1-for-1 to open up the site. Turret goes out. Nanoswarm goes down to take out that bot and also force Hansen out of that corner.
placing swarm
The
grenade.
notable part is the fact that the Omen has at least been seen on the catwalk. The question is it baiting the fact that they've fallen off, or have they at least stayed there? I believe they've ever so slightly played on the corner, allowing themselves to drop off, but it may not actually matter. The bait in towards mid is caught from that tile's position, but Soren whiffs. 2 shots landed, down to 40 HP is that fade, but they're safe for the time being. The hot landing, the wall bang, luckily not so much for that attacking side, and it's still now a 5v3. A Seize whiffs as well. Aiming is not the forte of Lakeland in this round, and Augustana are taking full control of that. Rika, a little bit of a whip in their own right, but makes up for it.
Oh
A dink and a follow-up somehow doesn't kill Bink, though. This round almost certainly over, but that was weird as an engagement.
10 seconds
We
left.
see some really good highlight moments where like, oh man, the aim's on point, just like that. And then we get what we saw earlier, which is just flat out kind of, I shoot an outline around you, right? That's what we're seeing here. Right now, though, Augustana
it's
are
artistic.
on course to lay out a mini reverse sweep here. 9-7 is the current score. They're not done yet. This is going to be a gun round for Lakeland Muskies, but if they lose this one, there's a chance that Augustana sit on 11 rounds and feel confident in doing
Placing
so.
swarm grenade.
Now, Lakeland picked up 6 of 7 to open things up. Augustana said, anything you can do, we can do better. And picked up 8 of 9 of their own right. That's how clean they've looked in the previous 9 rounds. They've lost a single one and then
find
really
you.
picked that up. Even with the half switch and pistol rounds being a thing, they apparently do not care. They do clear out logs though. The information's there, as do Monkey Man Sam's positioning, but they do not try and fire it out. They do finally so. The Killjoy dealt with, the Omen soon to follow as they will drop as well. Another doubled up opener for the Lakeland Muskies as they finally come back into the fray, seeming to be that of old, at least old as in the first half.
I mean, we're seeing life, right? We're seeing life. The question, though, is Slick Vic gonna snuff the light out? That is what we're waiting to see. Rika is gonna find another. It's happening. It's happening. Augustana are saying, we see the light, and we're gonna rip towards them, but Ethan shuts them all down with the 3K. Augustana, we're making a run for it, but Muskies this time around, we're in control. We said without the util, Muskies tend to have a little bit of an advantage, and it seems their game 1 glory is starting to roll back in their favor. They may not be at the top of the kill feed. They're going to try and make it there as hard as they can.
That's a clean finish from Ethan, by the way. Fortunately not cleared in the market position. Not usually where you expect the attacking side to be, especially when you're retaking from CT. But it was a well-held spot to lock things down, and they've also built up their ultimate because of it. Also, Slick Vic, when they got the kill, I was reading Twitch chat, and Zeta said, quote, Slick Vic is so cracked he can drink a bowl of soup in less than a minute using a fork. I don't know what to make of that.
It's an attempt at a statement, and you know what? We'll go with it. We will go with it. Right now, Slick Vic is trying to hard push, and this is just going to be a cluster of chaos that they are chasing in. Attacker lockdown is not going to catch anyone, but that's not the point, right? They're going to get the plant down. All 5 are alive, but Nugget swings on 2, gets a reset before falling. Monkey Man Sam is going to find Nugget down to a 3v4. Stana, a little bit confused at what just happened, and now the blind spray through the smoke. Soren is going to be taken quite low with the wall bang. Can you get a bit more? Slick Vic is going to look another reset or another hope here. 3 knives go out. You're left with 2. Do you get the reset? Most likely not. Eyes are open. You take a couple shots. Rika able to find 1. Soren is down 3v3. Bit of a tether going out. Boathouse is going to house 2. Can they find it? Can Muskies hold down? Bink is able to find 1. Bink goes down. So does Hansen. Rika gets a headshot. Do you get it? Ethan cannot hold out. Rika might be able to do it. I think this is going to be a close one, but it is a 1-1. Augustana push to 10.
There's no way they're able to retake there as well. The information off the back of that Prowler, they put it forward, or sorry, the Tasmanian Tiger that was put forward, it cleared out to close corner, and they didn't hear a reposition. Most importantly, the lack of information is information in and of itself. They're able to wall bang down the Brimstone. No controller utility left over, and because of it, they can just hold W forward. They clear out not only that triple position, the front side of Boathouse, and given the guiding light was thrown forward from that same Boathouse position, and it was indeed Bink in that 1v2. They were well aware of that Sky's positioning and got the kill because of it. Again, you see Augustana lose a single round and they have an immediate response to it. This is exactly what we've been looking for out of them. This is what was missing in map number 1. This is what really picked up over on Fracture, and it was come into the fray and into its own here on Ascent. Now they have to retake as they give away the site for free, but are able to start to bring it back, and they do so before that spike is even planted.
I think right now Augustana are kind of realizing that Lakeland Muskies are going to util dump just to enter the site, but if you wait it out, you have an opportunity. However, Ethan says it won't be that easy. Take one back. Rika says, hey, it is going to be that easy. Just give us a few moments. Rika finds 1, dropping behind the side, and even through the blind is going to survive, and now swings aside as Hansen hopes to reload. Rika picks up a 3K and is going to look for a little bit more. Are you freaking kidding me? Rika said, give me some of that glory. Give me that highlight reel. This is going to be a spray. Soren is going to hope for 1. He is able to grab it, but you're all alone here, and Soren, you grab 2 to the grave. But Augustana push to 11 as Lakeland Muskies are left reeling.
Ever so close, yet ever so far. Well-placed orbital strike and the Molotov to follow, but unfortunately it was just a little bit too early, and they had to do it early. That's the issue. You were on a 1v4. You had to start to use your utility before you either died or it became ineffective, really by dying, unfortunately. And now a 3-round deficit to come back from. 2 away from closing it out is Augustana, after again opening things up down 6-1. Cannot stress that enough. They should be so far on the back foot right now, but their consistency in the later stages of that first half and to open up here on the second half has been exactly what they were looking for and is what has propelled them into such a convincing lead.
They're going to take that chase as hard as possible. Muskies now praying for some value. They tried to hard chase every single time in this site, and they've only forced A. They have been forcing this time and time again. This is the 3rd round in a row that they are trying to take this one, and this time they do open up with 1. They have all 5 members surviving, but can this continue? Bink is able to find Rika, who was able to clutch out with 3 last time.
Typical.
For a bit more, not light skin takes Nugget's life. And the plant goes down. Ethan, get behind that box. It's going to be happily done. Now a spray into rafters. Augustana with 3 alive. Muskie's the 4.
A little bit of a way back in. That opening kill there for not light skin, but they fall in that own right. Dust from the tree position around towards garden. They do find 1. The haunt shot out as well. Monkey Man Sam shooting down towards hell. Doesn't find it. It's a 2v2 on the site specifically, but Pink finds their 3rd, and Sam caught with a guiding light. It's a swing onto another. It's a 1v1 as they drop. Unfortunately, the aim incorrection because of their falling animation will be their undoing. Ethan with the final kill required, but it's the triple from Bink to really open up that A site and close out the round for Lakeland to bring them back into the fray.
You know, it's not a nail biter just yet, but it's getting there so far. And we're seeing it here, right? The Muskies are buying up completely. Yes, there's a Bulldog on Nugget, but take a look at Augustana, right? Even though they want to before with the defuse, they are forced into this hero rifle situation. Yes, you have 2 sheriffs and 2 frenzies. Might not be enough. They have chased so hard every single time. Now with the Seeker around the side, they make great use of it. They do not fall into the small issue that Augustana fell into their own by not checking the corners. The Seekers give it away, but Monkey Man Sam says, hey, give me just a single opportunity and I will make you regret whatever you have done. That's going to be a little bit of a fade util, giving away the position. And Hansen is going to find Monkey Man Sam.
I don't think they cleared out that boathouse now. They finally do. Nugget also getting that kill. A triple for them on the round. Looking for the quad. They won't find it. Rika denies that at minimum. But double digits almost a certainty here for the attacking side. The Guiding Light to proactively push this play forward, but a return denies them that swing. The turret, the information from the haunt, and the swing from Ethan, all compounding problems for Augustana, and without any solutions for them, it is indeed Lakeland with double digits, and just a 1-round deficit to work with. They can still win this in regulation with 3 rounds remaining on the half. Augustana know that, and they call a timeout to start to slow things down.
And the reason for this is, again, if Augustana loses this one, I think they're out of econ range, right? I will have to double check.
Can we take a look at the scoreboard really quick?
I don't think so in a timeout. We'll have to wait until we get back into it, and then we'll be able to pop it up. If I'm not mistaken, though, Augustana, this is a bye round, which is great, but if they lose this one... Oh, we can't see it. We can't see it. So, yes, if they lose this one, they will be zeroed out in at least 2 to 3 members. Yes, you have 5.2K on Monkey Man Sam, which
he's still going to buy.
Yeah, you can load up, but you should still have, I want to say, around 1 to 2K left over. My math might be completely off, by the way. My math might be completely off. The thing is, though, calling a timeout here I think is very, very important, right? Augustana are saying, we cannot let this round go, because if so, Lakeland Muskies will be the first to hit 12 rounds, and that puts us at a possible deficit. We cannot let that happen. Augustana, if they want to close out, you know, bar a clutch up, you know, in the later rounds, this is their one shot with guns to really reel it home.
I have another funny from Twitch chat for you. Some of these are pretty good. We have,
what do we have?
Not Light Skin is so cracked he could be a high school parking lot.
Oh my gosh.
That's really good. That's really good. I'm totally stealing that. Thank you very much, Tyler. That is awesome. But you are correct. This will zero out Augustana and almost certainly put us to a round 24 final run to decide Ascent and the series as a whole. From the shadows utilized, it will be cancelled rather than shot out just to gain some information. They're well aware of the fact that there's at least the fade around towards A. That's all the information they have to work with, and I believe A-Bink has been seen as well towards the A main spot. Other than that, it's a lack of information here for the defensive side.
It's a very, very quiet play, and you can see the shots go out. Slick Vic waiting for this, right? The turret giving them so much information that someone's around there, and Augustana are very, very happy about that situation. Lakeland Muskies, they also know what's at stake, and they've been on a roll for the last 2 rounds. If they can keep it up, they're going to be very, very happy. But all is not well, right? They have not found that opening frag that they were hoping for, and they're going back to their usual pace of slow and steady. They're trying to, you know, alternate between that fast and slow. Picking up information, though, A side is going to be found, and the and the Nightfall will catch 2. So great information being gathered. And now going right back in their favor. So both Fade Ultimates being used back and forth, giving so much information that A side is clear of anyone else. Slick Vic, though, finds Hansen and Augustana draw first blood.
That's the most important part. They decide to back up as well. They want to play for retake. There's an orbital strike available on the attacking side, though. Not Lightskin, looking to push forward in through mid, but they've yet to clear out Ethan, who is there in such an important position. The lockdown utilized. It'll be taken out with that orbital strike. That's the all-important ultimate we were talking about. The Guiding Light doesn't find anything, and they don't know that this back corner of the box is not clear. They bring out the tablet to try and gain information, but it's Nugget to find one. A return of 2 over, but it's both players sitting inside of B main. The swing from Vic, but he can't see anything. It's now just down to a 1v1. Ethan up against Rika, and Rika's able to pick it up. It's match and series point for Augustana as they draw first blood and look to draw the last as we head into our possibly final round of this series.
Good news for Lakeland Muskies, though, because they won the last 2 rounds very convincingly and then lost that one. They have enough to buy, right? They are not in the situation that Augustana would have been in. Augustana, even right now, are still looking a bit dire. You can see about 2,200 left on Slick Vic and a few other options. So we're not going to see the Vandals, I think, roll out. Yeah, we're going to see a bit of a pinch here. So Slick Vic, okay, so Slick Vic is aiming to pick up that Blade Storm as quickly as possible. We can see the Spectre on not Lightskin. So as much as this is match point, Augustana are working with a budget buy. And oh, that great blind is actually going to slow them down here. Is this going to work out? How do you fight for this, right? This was the whole pinch in your plan. Slick Vic actually getting a little bit of a gun drop and buy out. So you can grab Soren, able to open up on Slick Vic. Huge opening crack.
That's exactly what they're looking for. And Slick Vic cannot bring out the Blade Storm, not this round. They'll have it available for the final, assuming we get there, but that's a whole minute away, assuming not everybody dies in the next 60 seconds or so. Lakeland are looking to go B. They want to push it as a team, and they have the utility to do so. They have the Blade Storm popped as well. That would be the call, and it seemingly is going to be. It's also the correct call at that. If they can drop Monkey Man Sam before the utility is used, they have an easy way on. If they don't, and they take too long to do so, that's the information that this defensive side can work off of. There's that lockdown, though. They've gotten that ultimate orb, and they're able to push off of it.
Right now, attacker lockdown goes in. Doesn't really catch anyone. Forces the entirety of Augustana out. So 5v4 is the call of Nugget with knives available. He's gonna try their best. Ethan getting the plan down. The rest of the members are gonna be there. Soren finds Dust. This is giving great leniency to Muskies. This is something that they have been hoping for. And
no way.
Can they keep themselves mentally in check? Can they keep themselves strong? Yes, they do. Soren gets a 3K to keep Muskies in this series. This should easily be an 11th round. Rika running for the hills and hoping to pick off a few more on the back end. A flawless to be had for the Lakeland Muskies to push themselves to 11. One more round to tie things up and push us to OT.
Okay, would I be wrong if I gave Soren a technicality ace? Because the only reason he didn't get it, there are 2 reasons he didn't get it. Number 1, there was a turret that took away the 4th kill. And number 2, we have the saving Sky. So you find 3 of 4 kills, but the 5th stays alive and the 4th died to an inanimate object. I don't know, make of that what you will. We head to a 24th round. All of regulation are requisite here on Ascent. Rika, a top frag by a fairly far margin, 26-12. A clean KD there for the Sky, seemingly a duelist, as the Sky's rebranding nowadays.
Yeah, this is getting immense, and I mean, for a final round, Augustana, I mean, they know they're going to make it to OT as a baseline, but it does always feel bad to walk into the final round with only pistols in hand, and if they win this would be insane, right? To win a round with the bargain bin of bargain bins would be an insane system to have, and Augustana, though, holding out with that Blade Storm, so could be a chance. However, Lakeland Muskies chasing up mid and Catwalk is going to be the 2 options. Huge questions, though. Nugget getting pinched a little bit. Shots through the wall do land and drop him just
destroyed. Prowler does land. It's taken out as well. The third, just the same. Augustana are using all their utility early on in this round, trying to gain an early advantage, meaning they don't have anything for a possible post plant, but they've regained the site before it's actually been taken. The B site has fallen, but it's been now regained. Hansen is yet to clear out triple. Here's Slick Vic with his Bladestorm out. It finds one. They reset, but they die in that same right. It's a 4 versus 3 with a weapon disadvantage here for Augustana, and now a man disadvantage to try and take back. They're all waiting outside, waiting on the button, waiting around the catwalk spot, but it's Nugget with a 3K looking for a possible ace of their own. It's Ethan to take that away, but it's not Lightskin in a 1 versus 3 to retake this. They swing around with A-Bink with their utility out. Nugget on the backside of Tetris as well, looking to be removed. A well-placed Incendiary, but there's no Orbital Strike available. It's a true 1 versus 1 as the spike starts to tick away, but the time is against Not Lightskin. Unfortunately, they're looking the wrong way. Soren awaiting towards that shoulder position, but Not Lightskin does not fake. Pros don't either, and it's a victory for Augustana off the back of a stick. Pros don't fake, Orbital.
That last round was so glaringly ridiculous that it blew out one of my lights that I have in my room right now. This is why my face is so dark right now. I can't believe that happened. I cannot believe that happened. That was... We have to say it for what it was, right? That was a hands-down mistake at the end of the day. Yes, pros don't fake, whatever we want to say at the end of the day, right? That was Muskie's, a chance to push to OT, but you took just a bit too long. Any chance, I feel, would have been able to swing it back, but my gosh, massive freaking props to Augustana for pulling that off. That was one way to close out the series, one singular way to close out the series, and you pulled it off. Around the corner came the last Muskies, and you laugh in their face as you clutch up.
I'm distraught. I am distraught. I don't know what to say. Orbital is actually illuminated once more. The light in Time to Light has finally come through. But I have to say, what a way to close it out. And while yes, it's a little bit of a mistake, it's a 200 IQ play off the back of an Incendiary, because you expect the tap at least to half and then to swing. But calling the bluff of the Incendiary, expecting the Brimstone to take their time, of which they did, was the read they needed. They were playing off the information that the Brim was also passive in previous clutch iterations. We saw that twice, not only on Fracture, but once here on Ascent as well. The second time comes through. Unfortunately, they ran out of mulligans, no retries available, no extra rounds there in regulation. They fall by the hair of their chinny chins as Augustana shave it off.
And I think that's a big lesson to be learned. You are very happy that this happened in week 2 and not playoffs, right? I will say that right now. You are ecstatic that that happened in regular season, right? This series back and forth was one of the most enjoyable that I've seen. Yes, there were mistakes overall, but it was fun. These guys were playing to try and crush some of these moments, right? Highlights all the way around. We saw, Twitch chat popping off for a couple of these members. I loved it. I'm glad that these teams were trying to take some of their moments and really highlight it and just go crazy. At the same time, I want to see these teams tone down at the same time, right? I want to see them be able to hone their craft and really hone in on some of these moments and give themselves the best possible chance at advancing, at evolving, at elevating their gameplay, right? Right now, I do want to ask, both of these teams showed great growth over the series in general. Which team do you feel has the greatest potential, or one that you want to watch throughout the rest of the season? Is there a team that you feel between these two that would be an entertaining one to watch moving into playoffs?
I'd give it to Augustana, honestly, with their flexibility between not only Fracture, but here in Ascent, and the mental fortitude to come back from that after Bind. You can see it around us, perfect timing on that, because Bind was such a precarious map for them. I'm not gonna lie to you, it looked really bad, and that was their map pick, but they brought it back on an unconventional map such as Fracture, and were able to continue not only the aggression, the momentum, but the skill and coordination onto a conventional map such as Ascent, one of the most played in our 7 map pool. and they take the series because of it. Augustana, I think, my team to watch. Lakeland by no means are a bad team. A few mistakes here and there can be corrected. This is going to be a great VOD review for them to come back in the season, but this is a great series from Augustana to really propel them into the rest of the season as they push forward.
Of course, both these teams ending up in 1-1 scenarios moving into week number 3, and we'll see how they can play it out from there. Of course, that'll be end of the B stream here, but there's more action to be had with the NECC over on the A stream. I believe the 3rd series is currently underway, so make sure to go check it out. Of course, my name is Orbital. With me has been Time to Light. On production has been Peak and Caroline. Both of them running our awesome production, giving us these awesome camera views and showing us all the lovely action. Thank you so much for tuning in. Go check out NECC_esports on Twitch and check out all the action there, but we will say goodnight here today. Good night.